here. So this is the planning board meeting of Boulder for May 19th, 2022. And I note that we have full attendance tonight. So we do have a quorum. I'll call the meeting to order now. Our first action is with respect to the approval of minutes for the March 31st and April 21st meetings.
John.
Yeah.
Sarah does need to read the quorum rules.
Do you do that prior to the actual open comment public participation portion?
We usually do it at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry, that's a little different than how council does it. I'm happy to
Cool.
show the slides and talk about expectations for the meeting.
Is that
Sorry.
okay, John?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Okay, let me get to. Can somebody give me a thumbs up and tell me that you can see the big blue blob that says public participation at board meetings? Okay, great. So welcome to community members and board members for this convening of the planning board. We wanted to just set the stage a little bit with some common aligned understanding about expectations for this public meeting. We have worked with the community over the last couple of years to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. That vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and board members, and promotes good, solid democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. We have a whole lot more information about this vision on the link you see on your screen, but we're going to go over a couple of key points just quickly before we start the meeting. Okay, so we are in a Zoom webinar phase format tonight, and we did not require, this board does not require pre-registration to speak. So when we get to the open comment, public comment portions of this meeting, you are welcome to raise your hand by hovering your mouse or finger over the bottom section of your screen. And what will pop up is a horizontal menu, and you will see something that says raise hand. You may also use Alt-Y if you're on a PC, Option Y for a Mac, or *9 if you're on a phone. And what this does is it puts up a little raised hand icon next to your name so that we know that you would wish to speak when it's your turn. Oh, that must be an extra slide. Okay, so I think the other things that we wanted to talk about is that there are some rules of decorum in the Boulder Revised Code, and there are some guidelines that will support this vision tonight. All remarks and testimony will be limited to matters related to city business. This is a city board. There will be no participant making threats or using forms of intimidation against any other person. We really want to encourage free speech, but we do discourage obscenity, dehumanizing language, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts the meeting or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting. And the planning board chair can let me know as the Zoom moderator if he feels like that's occurring. And we do require participants to sign up to speak using their commonly known name and put their whole name up before being allowed to speak. Pursuant with city policy at this time, you will be allowed to testify through audio, but not video for this session. Okay, and I think that's it. I'm going to unshare my slide. And I think with that, John, you're good to go.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about jumping the gun there. Okay, so our first action is dealing with the minutes of March 31st and April 21st, 2022. If everyone is satisfied with them, I'm hoping there might be a motion to approve them. Anybody, everybody reviewed them? And Mark?
I move to approve the minutes as they were presented in the draft from Cindy.
I'll second. Oh, I think we might have lost our chair. John, you look frozen.
Okay, now I just got unfrozen here. Okay, do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay. Moved by Mr. McIntyre, seconded by Ms. Kaplan. All in favor of approving both minutes? That's unanimous approval. Congratulations to Cindy for making everybody so happy. Thank you. All right. At this point, we move ahead to our public participation section of the meeting. And this is the time when anybody who wishes can address the planning board on any topic, except for that which we're dealing with tonight in a public hearing, which is the hearing and recommendation to City Council regarding the Land Use Code, BRC 1981. So if you have comments on that issue, please wait until we're having a public session on that specific issue. But otherwise, if anyone wishes to speak, now's the time. We see anybody who's raising their hand? Sarah or Cindy?
I'm not seeing any raised hands at the moment.
Okay, well then I'll bring the public participation section to a close, and we'll move ahead with a consideration of any dispositions or planning board call-ups and continuations. And I don't see any of those in tonight's agenda. So
John, we did just get a raised hand. I don't know if somebody was having difficulty putting it up. It's your discretion as a chair since you've closed that section, but I thought I would bring it to your.
well, let's give them a chance.
Okay, so Cindy, I think you're going to tee up a 3-minute timer. And Lynn, I'm going to go ahead and turn your audio on.
Sorry, I was hitting QA. My bad. Okay. Yeah. I'd really, for my personal and emotional safety, I would really rather not have a former cop reading me the Riot Act before I speak. I feel very personally insulted by that. And I feel that this could easily be accessed for people to have them read the thing separately, like just alert them that they need to have read that and agreed to it. And it doesn't, I don't think that was done in live meetings. And I find it very distracting and very insulting personally, and I don't like that. And also I would like my video up. As to the issue of this, the ability of the city to pay for the community benefit that it should receive, I'm sure I can bring this up later. But one person at the city council meeting the other night mentioned there were not enough money for lifesavers for the spruce pool to be open, that they have to, the people that want to be lifesavers have to pay a bunch of money to be able to do that. And that's a benefit to this community. If we can't afford that with all the developer subsidies that you hand out in this community, we're pretty sad. This is not an elite community. If that's the case, we can't even open our friggin' swimming pool. And we need 50%, a minimum of 50% inclusionary housing. Don Altman on 55th Street was arguing his case for having, he's got 20,000 square feet there. He wants basically at least 25 units. That would be 800, excuse me, 20,000 square feet is 800 feet per unit. The city wants more for our middle housing of 1,400 to 1,500 square feet per unit. He's already got 311 Mapleton, either that or he sold out and made his big buck selling it to somebody else. But that's going to be $10,000 to $50,000 a month. The seniors in town don't want to live in apartments, even if they're those elite apartments. And he's done pretty well in Boulder already. I don't think that Don Altman and Michael Bosma need any more help, any more subsidies in open space, in parking, lifting parking demands. And this is on the golf course, and on the border of East Boulder subcommunity, that it's going to be high level housing for folks. And why are we giving them a subsidy in an annexation for a firehouse? We should be able to pay for the firehouse ourselves with all the other developers that you have given subsidies for in this town over time. Done.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, are there any others who wish to speak?
I'm
Okay,
not seeing any other hands.
okay. I'll close for the second time the public participation section. So now we'll move ahead on our agenda. There were no dispositions or planning board call-ups to consider tonight. So we'll move ahead to our public hearing item. And there's one tonight. That is a public hearing and recommendation to City Council for Ordinance 8515, amending Title IX Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to update the site review criteria as part of the Community Benefit Code Change project. And we'll start out with a staff presentation, followed by questions to staff from the board. That will be followed by a public comment period. And thereafter, there'll be discussion and decision by the board on this topic. So let's move ahead, staff.
Great. Thanks so much. Good evening, Chair, members of the board. We're pleased to be here this evening to present the culmination of a few years of work and effort to amend the city site review criteria. And we certainly recognize that this is really complex subject matter, and we really look forward to your input and feedback, especially since you're primary users of the criteria. So with that said, I'm pleased to turn it over to Carl Geiler, who served as the project manager on these code changes, to present staff's analysis this evening. So Carl.
Thanks, Charles, and good evening, board members. Tonight, we're going to talk about Ordinance 8515, which is to update the site review criteria. Like Charles said, there's a lot of content in this presentation, so I have a lot to cover. Certainly, if you have questions midway through, feel free to jump in with any questions so I can clarify. So just to talk about what we're going to be going over tonight, I'm going to go over the background of the project, set up the key issues that were discussed in the staff memorandum, talk about the components of Ordinance 8515, summarize the public comment that we've received, and concluding with the staff recommendation. So the purpose of tonight, as the chair noted, is that planning board would be making a recommendation on this ordinance to City Council as it is a change to Title IX, the Land Use Code. So the site review update is part of the overall community benefit project, which actually started in 2018. The community benefit project actually grew out of what we called the Design Excellence Initiative. Going back in time, I think basically to around 2015, there were a number of buildings that were being built around Boulder that were getting some criticism based on their design quality and raising questions about whether the city was getting, community benefit in projects where there seemed to be additional mass height and FAR granted through the approvals. So it started the community benefit project in discussion, and some of the criticisms that were fairly routine with a number of projects were that there were too many materials on the facades of buildings that made them look too busy. There were material changes in plane, like you can see on the graphic. Windows that were flush with the wall that give it kind of a cheap tack-on kind of look, tack-on balconies where they're not indented into the building, and just overall low quality of materials. So the city actually hired Victor Dover, who's a nationally known planner and architect, to basically assess the city's codes and give some advice as to what steps should be taken to address those concerns. And that first started off with the idea of doing a form-based code as a pilot in Boulder Junction, an area that has adopted plans that set the vision for that area. Another recommendation from Victor Dover was to update the site review criteria to get more predictability in projects. And the recommendation was basically to remove some of the ambiguity, some of the subjective nature of the criteria, so that, and make the criteria more prescriptive, easier to interpret, easier to understand what the intent is, so that there can be increased predictability in projects. There was a number of projects that went through the process that, they reached, board level, and it was unclear whether it would be approved because of the nature of the site review criteria. So this was something that was taken on as a city council initiative. And we've worked through the community benefit project in phases. As I noted, the project started in 2018. We did phase 1, which was focusing on integrating permanently affordable housing requirements into the site review criteria for buildings that are in specified locations over the floor area ratio or over the height limit if they were to propose a 4th or 5th story in a building. So that was adopted in 2019 and went into effect in 2020. We then moved on to phase 2, which was other community benefits. And in our check-ins with council over time, we narrowed it down to, or council actually narrowed it down to, focusing on affordable commercial space. We had a broad range of community benefits that we talked about at our study session with council in 2018, and that was narrowed down to these 2 community benefits, so permanently affordable housing and affordable commercial space. We worked on phase 2 throughout 2020 into 2021. We developed an ordinance for those changes, basically trying to get the code written in a way where the affordable commercial requirements would be roughly equivalent to the permanently affordable housing, so it didn't create a condition where people would choose an easier path. Ultimately, due to the complexity of that ordinance and some concern in the community, that ordinance was not passed by council. So after the summer of 2021, we moved on to the last part of the project, which is to update the site review criteria to increase predictability and try to get criteria that better implement the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. So the goals and objectives you see up on the screen are those that are applicable to the site review criteria project as endorsed by City Council. Those goals and objectives are identify incentives to address the community, economic, social, and environmental objectives of the comprehensive plan, determine additional design standards for a project requesting a height modification, identify other aspects of the site review criteria to further city goals, and create more predictability in projects for staff, developers, and boards and council. So that's what we've been working on over the years. I just wanted to show this graphic just as a refresher. This shows for the community benefit changes, the areas in orange are those areas that are considered bonus floor areas. So if it's any floor area that's over an FAR limit, no matter what floor it's on, or if it's floor area in a 4th or a 5th story, that's considered bonus floor area that has increased requirements. So in this case, it's permanently affordable housing as it's integrated into the code now. And that increased affordable housing basically goes from the by right 25% of the number of units up to 36% of the units have to be permanently affordable if they have a bonus floor area in the project. So this is already in the code. And just as an overall refresher for just the site review process, a site review is required for any projects that are over a certain size, acreage, number of units, or if modifications are requested. And it's really by zone. Every zone has a different threshold. Most site reviews are staff level, and all are subject to call up by planning board or citizen appeal. Any site review that's approved has to be found to meet the site review criteria in section 9214H. Any density or height modifications automatically require a planning board public hearing, and that's not changing through this process. So over the years, I just wanted to show this graphic that just kind of shows, we've struggled with the site review criteria internally and externally. and have been looking at ways to improve it. There's a bit of redundancy in there, things that are really vague. So over time, we've been analyzing it for things to make some improvements. And then we've also done outreach through the neighborhood representation group and the site review focus group to get their ideas on ways to update the site review criteria. So there's been a long process of meeting with folks and checking in with planning board and council over the years on what changes we might do. These are some of the words that are in the current criteria that I think a lot of folks have been struggling with because everybody has a different definition of what these mean. It's ambiguous language, and these are in the criteria today. So providing relief to density, compatibility, character of the area, visual interest, pedestrian friendly, human scale, what's high quality materials. It's vague language that's not really specified, and we often struggle and go back and forth through reviews on whether these are met. So this is one of the prime parts of the project, is trying to elaborate more on what these actually mean and put some metrics where we can and where appropriate. So I think this graphic kind of shows, it represents kind of the two different processes that we've talked about. So on the left is site review. I like to think of it like each criterion is like a knob with different degrees of how it's met or not. And everyone has a different definition. One criterion might be more up to the 9, another one might be like a 7, and they're all different. Everybody has a different interpretation of that. And that makes it really challenging with site review. On the right side is like form-based code. It's more like on-off switches, like is it met or is it not met? And it's fairly clear whether it's met or not met. And we're not suggesting through this project that we're making the site review criteria as strict as form-based code, but we are moving more in that direction based on the goals and objectives of the project. So again, not as much as form-based code, there's still more flexibility. There's still some, criteria that are not as prescriptive in the current ordinance, but we're trying to make it more predictable by increasing that level of predictability. So the key issues that we've outlined for the board are, does the planning board find that the updated site review criteria meet the goals and objectives outlined for the project? And then secondarily, does planning board recommend any modifications to the criteria in the draft ordinance? And does the planning board find that the criteria should be modified to be less prescriptive? So that's one of the key issues that we'd like to talk about tonight. So just starting off, this is some of the approaches to the changes that we presented to council and planning board in the past about where we were headed. These were kind of the more specific ways we thought we could improve upon the current criteria with the new ordinance. So emphasize criteria that result in projects that address important city policies, reorganize the criteria in a more top-down approach. So that means start with the more high level policy level, broad things that apply to a project and specify what that means, and then trickle down through the site design, ultimately to the building design, what's on the facades of buildings and the detailing. So working down. Simplify the criteria by reducing some length through eliminating redundant criteria, combining criteria that already have similar themes and goals. If you read through the current criteria, there's a lot of redundancy. Remove unnecessarily complicated criteria that don't accomplish design excellence, overlap with other code sections, or are rarely implemented. And then lastly, add more descriptive language to the criteria to make it less subjective, more prescriptive, and measurable where appropriate, and thus more predictable. So this is what's been kind of guiding us through this project. So I'm going to start walking through the components of the ordinance. Again, if you have any questions, certainly feel free to jump in. Again, starting at the high level, the criteria start off with compliance with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and that also includes any adopted area plans or design guidelines. We've worked on the first part to basically not apply all broad BVCP policies as it's stated currently. This is something we heard from the site review focus group and others in the community, that there's so many broad range of policies that are in some cases very conflicting, that it certainly increases the level of unpredictability in projects. Sarah, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, I actually have a question. One of my clarifying questions was specifically about this element. It wasn't clear to me in the material that you shared with us before. Are you trying here to push further up the priority ladder these 4 components? Or are you trying to clarify these 4 components still within the on balance phraseology of site review?
I think it's all part of just trying to make this section more specific. So right now, when you read that criterion, it can be interpreted any number of ways based on the whole, bunch of chapters in the comp plan that have competing issues. So we looked at what the focus areas were in the city, like what are the top priorities, housing, and then try to elevate those in this new criterion with housing diversity, environmental protection. There are also some criteria that were already in the site review criteria that were more of a policy level that were in the building design section that we did elevate up to this section. Laura, I see you have your hand up.
I had a very similar question to Sarah's. So am I understanding correctly that the current criterion that talks about on balance, does the project meet the goals of the BBCP, that would be eliminated and replaced with just these 4 areas: energy conservation and building life cycle impact carbon reduction, preservation of important historic or cultural resources, housing diversity, and environmental preservation, and that those proposed code sections that you have there would completely replace the need for the planning board to look at the comp plan. Is that what you're suggesting?
It puts emphasis on those areas. It doesn't mean that the remaining parts of the criteria don't implement the comp plan. It just means that a project can't be denied based because it doesn't meet the comp plan. Because again, that's what has been interpreted as being very unpredictable. We have elevated those key issues that we think are measurable metrics into this section. It still requires consistency with area plans and design guidelines. So there is emphasis on that, and it could be denied if it doesn't meet those particular projects. It's not supposed to be honed in. I saw your question about, focusing on the intents and the goals and objectives. It was not meant to be limiting to those things. It was meant to apply to the entire adopted plan. But as far as applying the entire comprehensive plan, it would remove that as a way of either approving or denying a project.
Okay, thank you. That's clear.
Okay. So in that particular section, the 4 areas are energy conservation, historic and cultural resources, that's like landmarking, housing diversity. We have a more specific criterion. We do have a criterion right now that that speaks to housing diversity, but it doesn't have a specific measurable goal of what should be met. So we've tried to hone in on a basic requirement for that, as well as environmental preservation. The energy conservation would replace the existing criteria in the code about minimize and mitigate energy conservation, because that's another criterion that has raised concerns about its subjective nature, that it's not specific. The city already has a very rigorous energy code, one of the most in the country. So we worked with our climate initiative staff on what would go above and beyond the current energy code. So there are 3 options that are in that particular criterion. So limiting the concrete in materials, or doing full electrification instead of using gas in projects, or doing a life cycle assessment for any building that is over 30,000 square feet. And it would require a 10% life cycle carbon reduction as part of that. So it gives 3 different options for meeting that particular code. We talked about this at the work session in October. There's an economic feasibility criterion. And I know one member of the planning board was asking that it not be removed. We're still recommending that it not be included in the criteria. Again, the goals of the criteria are to simplify where it makes sense and remove ambiguity. We just feel that that particular criterion still is difficult and challenging for staff to respond to. It's basically if a project moves forward, the project is considered to be feasible. It's something that's more on the applicant. So we're still recommending that be removed. We certainly can discuss that tonight. The current criteria have parking, design, and circulation requirements within it. A lot of redundancy in those sections. So we've combined the two sections into a new access, transportation, and mobility section. We also wanted to clarify in what cases certain streets would have to be built, what connections would have to be made pursuant to adopted connections plans. But we also wanted to clarify when there are opportunities to make connections between properties where it makes sense and where there's mutual agreement between the properties. So we've tightened up the language in that section to make it more clear. We've also updated the open space criteria. This is part of the criteria that's still probably more on the subjective side, just based on some of the input we received. Again, we tried to, in areas where it's not as prescriptive, I call it more descriptive language. So the language has been changed to just be more clear about what is the intent of the section. What do we consider good design? What are the factors that should apply in that case? So that's kind of what we did with open space. We did borrow a section that's currently in our separate open space standards and pulled it into the criteria to relate to larger scale projects. So it's one that was used for the Spruce Confectionery project on Pearl Street that had that courtyard. They codified some design requirements for that, and we pulled that into the open space criteria that would apply to any project that was larger than an acre. So this is really applying to a much larger scale, maybe block long building. You might have to do that courtyard requirement as part of the open space. We worked with our landscape architect on the landscaping criteria. Right now, it just says that you have to provide landscape in excess, but it doesn't say how much. We resolved that it would have to be 15% more plantings than a typical by right project would have. And then we've also added some qualitative criteria that we think are more specific to water conservation and bioswales. Sarah.
So two related questions. One is, what is the current by right? Well, I guess it's different for each parcel, but how did you reach the 15% number as the minimum?
Well, I just honestly, like we were just looking at the existing landscape requirements. So it depends on what kind of project it is. And I don't claim to be an expert on the landscaping standards, but it does specify certain number of plantings per the scale of the project. So in working with them, we just kind of, it was as simple as, what about 20%? What is that going to do? Does that make sense? And in working with the landscape architect, it was like, well, maybe 10% is maybe not quite enough, to get a good design. So we kind of landed on 15% as a reasonable amount to reflect, I think, what we've been getting through site review projects.
Okay, and then my follow-up is, I'm sort of curious, and I am curious as to why open space and landscaping isn't sort of combined into a climate mitigation component that could be attached to energy conservation, because those two are related in terms of the city. When we're talking about the high level Boulder Valley Comp Plan objectives or priorities, it seems to me that dealing with climate is a high priority for the city, and it's not just energy conservation, it is also mitigation, et cetera, and that would include open space and landscaping and tree canopy, all that stuff.
Well, I know there's been recent discussions about the Cool Boulder initiative that talk about, focusing on open space and landscaping to address climate. In all honesty, we're always trying to implement things that we think would mitigate urban heat island effect and things like that. But as far as the things that are suggested through, for example, the Cool Boulder initiative, that came along very late in this project. as we already had a developed, ordinance. It doesn't mean that's something that we wouldn't consider in future updates to the criteria. I think in my discussions with the landscape architect, we agreed that it probably makes more sense to actually apply those to the standard landscape requirements rather than just site review projects. ML?
Thank you, Carl. I have a question about the way this is all formatted. I appreciate, the slides and the sort of big picture that you're giving there. But do you have a reference for each of these back to the actual ordinance, which is actually what we're looking at approving or deliberating on tonight? Is there something that says, okay, these landscaping questions, they are in, B1E3 or that kind of reference?
I can certainly do that. I mean, the staff memo has those direct references, but I'm glad to just cite those sections. So,
And Carl, you might, or John, you might want to explain to the board how we're going to actually go through the ordinance proposal.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. Thank you, Sarah. In the agenda committee meeting, we felt that the way we would be dealing with this tonight is that we would be going in the staff after the staff presentation and the questions from the board and the public comment, we would be first considering the big picture question that staff has for us, which is, what is our general attitude about these proposed changes? Picture and general thoughts on it. And thereafter, we would go through the changes line by line, and anyone who has a proposed change, that's when proposed specific changes to the text could be discussed. So ML,
I'm just looking for a relationship between this information that is being presented to us in a kind of broader and narrative form, and where it lies in the ordinance, just so that I can keep stay organized about what the staff is, how the staff is seeing, because I think that what's on the screen is a narrative about how the staff has perceived the actual ordinance and what the intent of the ordinance is around these particular areas. And I think it would be useful just, okay, that is this section that we're talking about, and that is that section, because it seems like there might be, well, it would be useful, I think, just to understand the relationship between the specifics and the narrative.
So the site review criteria are found in section 9-14 of the code, and the specific criteria are subsection H.
Right.
So H1 is anything related to the Boulder Valley comprehensive plan. H2 is where we get into site design issues. So in this particular case, access, transportation, mobility is H2A, open space is H2B, and landscaping is H2C, if that helps.
That's great. Thank you. That's really the relationship I was looking for, is where does this information land in the actual ordinance? Thank you for that, Carl. If you can make references like that, that would be great.
Yeah, so we're moving on to H2D, which is the public realm and building placement. This is actually again, like we were talking about doing like a top down. So as we move from kind of the holistic site related issues, this is kind of a new section to the criteria that addresses some of the struggles we've had with the terminology, human scale, attractive streetscape, pedestrian interest. These are terms that are, again, vague, that we often causes a lot of back and forth between applicants and staff on when a design that meets the criteria is achieved. So we decided it made sense to create a new public realm section and kind of define public realm for this particular for the criteria, and then be a little bit more specific about what the expectations are. So that's what's been done in the public realm section. There's requirements for building entries every 75 feet, fenestration changes and requirements that would basically emphasize an entrance to a building, and then just being more clear about trying in most cases to get building forward design rather than parking forward design, really in where we can. And it doesn't mean all buildings have to be at zero setback. It just means that when you're looking at a project, you should be looking at a facade of a building. It might be set back and landscaped, but not have a parking lot set out in front. So we wanted to be a little bit more clear about that. We also updated within this section the criteria related to view protection. We do have existing criteria about protecting views, but it's not specific in any way to what should be protected. So we've tried to be a little bit more clear to meet the goals and objectives of the project, to specify views of the mountains from generally areas that are used by the public. So from like public parks or something, or areas where people congregate, that those areas, there would be a higher bar for protecting views from those areas. Something that we heard through public input throughout this process was, it doesn't mean that a building couldn't necessarily be built that would impact a view from a park or something, but there was an idea that if a building does that, there should be an expectation that that view should be preserved within the building or atop the building in some sort of open space area that could be used by the users of the building to see the views from that location. So kind of similar to like the Daily Camera building, where a view of the Flatirons was changed from the Pearl Street Mall, but they did create a rooftop area where that view is preserved. So that's something that we try to incorporate into the criteria. All right, so we are moving into building design, which is H3. This is the section that's probably changed the most, and probably because most of the criteria that are in the site review now are the ones that I think we struggle with the most in terms of the vague language and the subjective nature, and everyone having a different definition. So use of terms like authentic materials or sense of permanence. So throughout this project, we've looked at the form-based code as a example of where we believe the buildings have improved design that we could borrow from and pull into the criteria. So we've tried to take some of the basic elements of what we think has worked with the form-based code and integrated them into the building design section. So in this case, there's a building materials and transitions requirements. So 75% of the building materials would have to be considered high quality materials, and we've listed those in the criteria. To get away from the kind of designs where you have a change in materials on the facade of the building, that the change in material would have to occur away from, would have to be basically a concave corner. So it doesn't change on the surface, or it'd have to be around the corner of the building, not facing a public street. These are all things that are in the form-based code that we think have worked. Windows is part of this. There's a minimum transparency requirement per floor, which is in the form-based code. So what we're proposing is 20% for areas that face the public realm and 15% for areas that don't. You can't have blank walls wider than 25 feet. There's some exceptions for industrial buildings that we've put in there. The other thing that we feel has helped with making buildings look higher quality is having a like a recess of windows by 2 inches where the plane of the glass is offset from the material around it by 2 inches. Just it creates shadow lines. It makes the building look higher quality. And I have some pictures that will show some examples of this. So one of the primary things that was part of the project was applying additional requirements to those buildings that are requesting a height modification with a 4th or a 5th story. Again, we feel that some of the design requirements from the form-based code have been successful in creating better looking buildings that are for the larger buildings. So we've pulled in the expression lines requirement, which is basically an offset of materials by 2 inches, same as like the windows where you create that shadow line effect, just a basic kind of detailing that would occur between the ground floor and the floor above, or from the top of like a parapet wall. We've also put in a maximum building length of 150 feet. There's been a lot of concern over the years of these large block long buildings, and we're trying to mitigate that. Required facade variation is to try to get away from the projects that have the really busy facades with the change in building modules and that look really busy with a lot of materials. This makes it more, you try to make a large long facade of a building along a street look more like individual separate buildings rather than one long expanse. So we've pulled that in from the form-based code as well. And then there's the roof cap types that apply to the taller buildings. So roofs with parapets have to have the expression line to create that detail, or they have to have a flat roof on top, like an awning that you can see in the pictures on this slide, or encouraging pitched roofs like gable and hip roofs. So I know in the questions we received before this hearing, there was some interest in height modifications and where they can be granted. Obviously, there's a whole map that we have later in the presentation that shows zones where one cannot request a height modification to add a 4th or a 5th story. But there was some interest in the area plans of the city and where some of the high frequency transit corridors are. So there is I would say a somewhat discretionary criteria in there, but more specific than the current criteria that says that, you know, if the area plan where the height modification is requested envisions the height, that height is consistent with the plan. And then if it's not in an area like that, it would need to be compared with its immediate context within 1,000 feet. Are there other buildings that are of similar height? And if not, the applicant would have to just demonstrate that the height modification is near a high frequency transit corridor and would otherwise be compatible with the character of its surroundings. So we've tried to dial in a little bit more where the city would expect to see some height modification requests. Again, we've eliminated a whole bunch of zones from where this could occur, but just kind of narrowing down where height modifications can be requested. So moving into the slides that basically show why we think the proposed building design requirements would be an improvement and would be a good baseline for projects. So in this case, this is building materials. So everything on the slides on the left are some examples of what we might say low quality design. And then the ones on the right are more higher quality design that would meet the form-based code or have been, honestly, some of the more recent site reviews that have been approved. We're not saying that adoption of these criteria, like that none of the recent designs would meet them. We feel that a lot of the recent designs have responded to the design excellence concerns and have already been meeting a lot of these requirements. But here you can see the difference between just stucco and ephes versus the higher quality brick and metal that we see on some of the more recent examples. This shows, particularly on the left, you can see some of the material changes in plane often kind of detract from the quality of the building. So that would be something that's not permitted. On the other side, you can see that there's uniform materiality on the facades that face the public realm. So on windows, again, the two issues with that are minimum level of transparency per floor. You can see if you don't have that, you can result in not many windows on particular floors. You get blank walls. And you can see how the indent of the windows does kind of add to the substantial nature of the project. Like we now use the term sense of permanence, but I think a lot of these buildings that have that offset look, more like, older style buildings that are higher quality. And that's something that we think gets achieved through that requirement. You can see the difference between the tack-on balconies, the Juliet balconies, the unfinished balconies underneath, what that looks like. So these requirements, again, would only apply to the larger scale projects. I know one of the concerns we've heard is applying all these requirements to the smaller scale projects would be burdensome. Again, we tried to update the criteria to exempt out some of the smaller scale projects and really try to address the design challenges that we've seen in recent years that have come mostly from the larger scale buildings. So adding some basic requirements to integrate those balconies into the design of the building rather than tacking them on. Sorry, just detailing. So you can see in this case, obviously there's some buildings, and not all of these are Boulder examples, certainly, but just the blank walls or the lower quality walls that don't have any kind of detailing are not appealing. I know there's some concern about expression lines, but I just want to make it clear that expression lines are purely a very simple solution to creating a small amount of detail. So these are examples from our Boulder Junction area where this is an expression line, which the code requires within 3 feet of like a parapet, where it's just an offset of the material or a change in the material that just gives a little bit of visual interest without it being, overly detailed, basically. And you can see it can be protruding, it can be indented, but we do feel that these features are very simple ways of trying to achieve a better design. So just to talk a little bit, and I've alluded to some of this, the public comment that we've received through the project. High level, we've done a lot of engagement throughout the community benefit project since 2018 with in-person and virtual meetings. We've had open houses. We've talked through a lot of these issues. We've had Be Heard Boulder questionnaires. We did a Channel 8 segment. We've had the focus groups that we've been meeting with. We've met with stakeholder groups like Plan Boulder, ULI. We've been spreading the word through the planning newsletter, and we've also been informing Boulder architects about the changes. I'd say that the reviews of the ordinance are mixed. We've heard from some folks that expressed support for the changes and felt that it did accomplish the goals and objectives of the project and would be more aligned with the comp plan and more predictable. But we did hear from a lot of folks that the one size fits all nature of the criteria could be problematic if you apply some of those larger project requirements on smaller projects. That's why we've tried to parse out some of the criteria to exempt the smaller projects. The latest concern from most of the design community is that the proposed changes are too prescriptive, include too many shall statements. There has been some express support for the form-based code type requirements as opposed to the less subjective requirements, but there has been some caution in integrating them into the site review process, and I'm sure you'll hear some of those comments tonight. There was some concern about removing the density bonus provisions that we previously had in the ordinance. And then we've also heard from some that there should be a minimum requirement for home ownership, which I'll talk about also as part of this presentation. So just as follow up from the work session with planning board, this is the map I was just referring to about the zones that would not allow a community benefit or a height modification for a 4th or a 5th story. So since we've met with planning board last year, we've removed the references to the now expired Appendix J map. We've updated the height modification exemption for permanently affordable housing, which can occur citywide. But what we've done is instead of it just being a requirement for 40% of the floor area of the building, it would have to be at least 40% of the floor area of the building, as well as 40% of the units being permanently affordable. And we've also tightened up a loophole in that condition that doesn't allow a project satisfying its inclusionary housing requirements in it through another building, that project can then do a height modification. So we've made it specific to a particular site, just to close that loophole. And this section, I know I'm supposed to be citing sections, so that's section 9214B1E of the code, which precedes the criteria. So again, this is the section of the code that talks about when you can do a height modification for a typical kind of by right height without doing the community benefit requirements. So these are projects that don't go over the 3-story height limit. We've added some flexibility in that section for any project that needs to raise a building out of the flood protection elevation. So we've given some leeway there of 5 feet to raise a building without having to do community benefit. We've worked on the housing and bedroom diversity criterion, which I'll pull up on the screen here, but we can also look at it through the ordinance. I know there was some interest in this particular criterion. On the home ownership criteria that was mentioned at planning board in October of last year, that was not part of the scope of the project, and we would need more time to do analysis on that particular requirement. I know we've heard it from members of the public. We do have concerns. Obviously, we're required to apply a lens to these projects for equity. And our concern is that adding a criterion related to home ownership could be exclusionary. So we've not included that in these particular changes. And then for the details we've noted in the memo, I won't go into details, but happy to answer any questions. We removed some of the density modifications since some of that work has kind of shifted to new work program items under the new council. So this is that housing and bedroom diversity criteria that we can come back to if there's any discussion on it. So again, I've touched on some of these. We did meet with the focus group, and there were concerns about some of the form-based code requirements being too strict. So we have loosened them in a number of areas related to blank walls and the percentage of fenestration and that height criterion that we talked about. One thing I haven't mentioned, but this is a key point of the discussion, is that while the site review criteria would be made more prescriptive, just like the form-based code, there needs to be a release valve for those situations where it might apply to an existing approved project or where it doesn't make sense. So we have drafted an alternative compliance section of the site review criteria that really is kind of based on the existing criteria because it's written in a more subjective nature, but it does enable applicants to request alternative compliance to a criterion that might not make sense for their project. And it would give the city the ability to evaluate an alternative to see if it still meets the intent of what the site review criteria are aiming at. So it's almost like a modification, but it would just be done through the same process. It would just be something that the applicant would address in their response to the criteria, and then staff would analyze it and make a decision on it or make a recommendation to planning board. All of these considerations would be subject to planning board review or call up. So that brings me to the staff recommendation. We believe that the ordinance in attachment A does meet the goals and objectives that were outlined for the project at the onset. These were the goals that I talked about at the beginning of the presentation. But again, we raised the prescriptive nature of the criteria as a key issue. So there have been some suggestions from the community that, maybe we need to dial it back and make it less prescriptive. And an example is kind of moving back to like the way the criteria are now, where the criteria are more considered on balance. that would lower the level of predictability. But if there are concerns about it being too strict, the criteria could be rewritten to say the project will, and then describe the intent. And then in determining whether the criterion is met, the following factors will be considered. Then perhaps some of those existing criteria could be softened up or just be considerations that wouldn't have to be met specifically. So again, we've raised this as a key issue for the board if the board felt that the ordinance needed to be changed. So as far as next steps, we do have to go to council for any kind of adoption of an ordinance. Right now, the tentative schedule is to go on first reading to council on June 21st. It would be on consent. There'd be no public hearing on that date. And then public hearing of the ordinance on August 4th. So that concludes my presentation. This is the motion language that we've recommended within the staff memorandums. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Carl. I'll open it up to the board for questions to Carl and other staff. Any questions? See, I'm trying to see. Oh, Sarah, go ahead.
Just some clarifying questions first, and then I know when we go through it line by line, we'll be able to touch on some other stuff. There's no definition existing right now or proposed for design for community edges or community design for edges. And perhaps that's an understood concept in the developer community, but if it's not, do we need some sort of definition?
I'd have to take a look at it. I mean, that particular criterion exists in the criteria now.
Mm-hmm.
It really grows out of the comp plan policy on enhanced design, where it basically talks about the community will preserve open space in the surroundings of the community, and that development will be encouraged to be infilled within the city, but that line between the open space and the city limits would have a design component to it where it creates like a clear edge. So it's something that's in the comp plan, but I think if it's unclear, we certainly could clarify that. Most of the language that's proposed in that is similar to what we have in the code now.
Yeah, I saw that Charles brought himself up. Do you have a additional answer?
Yeah, I agree with Carl. I don't have anything to add.
Okay. All right, I'll circle back around to me later. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Carl.
Okay, Laura, I see your hand is up.
Thank you, John. First, I just want to really thank Carl for answering my extensive list of questions via email. That was so helpful. One thing that I like to do, thinking about, the different interests in the community, is to say, here's a criticism I've heard, what do you think? And give you a chance to respond. And so that was really useful to me to hear, what's planning's side of things, to make sure I have a well-rounded view. So thank you so much for answering all those questions. I do have a couple remaining that came up out of that. So when we talk about the section on historic and cultural resources, I asked who determines what a historic or cultural resource was, and your answer centered around the Landmarks Board, which clearly has a role in landmarking properties of historic value. And I don't know the answer to this question, but do they also deal with cultural resources, or does cultural have a different definition in this section that says, that there will be preservation of historic and cultural resources?
I think, I don't know if I'm the best one to answer that, but I think they do have criteria that relate to features beyond just buildings that could be worthy of preservation. They have their own, guidelines and everything that they follow. So basically when we get a project and there's some sort of resource or cultural resource, we'll forward that project for their review, and then they do have very specific criteria to evaluate, and then they'll ultimately make a recommendation about whether it's something that needs to be preserved through landmarking in site review.
Okay, so that question about, this section gosh, I just see an E on the page. I don't know exactly what section it is, but that says historic or cultural resources, if present, the project protects significant historic and cultural resources. That's all determined by the Landmarks Board.
Well, it starts with the landmark staff, and then they elevate it ultimately to the Landmarks Board for decision. There's a landmarks design review committee as well that includes members of the Landmarks Board that collaborate with the staff, and they discuss anything that might be worthy of preservation. And then they can actually call it up to the Landmarks Board, or there are certain projects that automatically have to go to Landmarks Board. Ultimately, anything that gets landmarking has to be approved by the Landmarks Board.
Okay, thank you. And I see Hella has come in here.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that ultimately the decision on this particular criterion lies with the planning board or with staff, if staff makes the decision and it's not called out by the planning board. But there could be instances, and when you make your decision, staff will have sought the advice of the historic preservation planners. So you will have their input when you make your decision. But there could be a situation where you find that something should be preserved, but not necessarily landmarked. So there is a scope of options that you can consider on what's appropriate. You cannot decide that something is landmarked. So the language in here says that it may require an application and good faith pursuit of landmarking, because that authority of landmarking actually lies with the Landmarks Board. However, you could require that a building be preserved even without landmark status.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I have one other clarification question, and that is about, thank you, John. That's about this question that came up about the threshold for site review being based on number of units. And I know that there's been concern about that. You know, city council members have expressed concern, planning board members have expressed concern, community members. And your answer to that, Carl, was basically that that's kind of out of scope for this project. But my question there is, you know, for example, the proposal to base that threshold, and I know that you said today that the thresholds are different for different zones in the city, which I didn't know before, so that's good to know. How much work would it take to figure out a different kind of threshold, for example, based on square footage rather than number of units, so that a developer wouldn't be incentivized to take that same building footprint and carve it up into bigger units, because the square footage would be the same, whether it's big units or small units? How much work would it take to think about either that idea or a different kind of threshold that would not incentivize bigger units? And if it doesn't happen in this site review update, where and when would it happen?
Well, considering it's a zone by zone analysis, and we'd probably have to look at a lot of precedent projects. It seems to me like a fairly large undertaking to take that on. It does cause me some concern too, because if we were to change those thresholds, it would potentially create a lot of nonconformities with projects. There could be a lot of projects that wouldn't require site review anymore, and we could see them try to do a by right project and change the nature of their project in a way that the city might not like. So there's a lot of unintended consequences there that I would be concerned about. Like I said in my response, I feel like in general, I feel like the thresholds have been appropriate to, you know, bring in the type of projects that I think would be of interest to the planning board. But at the same time, we understand that, you know, we want to incentivize certain types of projects by not having to make them go through the process. It's just sometimes when we see loosening of the code, we see an outcome project that doesn't have the greatest design, and then it gets criticized and we end up having to go back to the code and repair that again and not allow that to happen. So there's a lot we'd have to really look at, and a lot of forethought about unintended consequences.
Thanks. And the second half there, if it doesn't happen here in the site review code update, where would that happen? What would be an appropriate process if city council, for example, wanted to task you to do that?
Well, we are looking at, you brought up the larger units issue, and that is something that we've heard relates to how density is calculated in a number of zones. that have that 1,600 square feet of lot area per dwelling unit, that they say that drives larger units. That's something that's already on the work plan. So we're going to look at that and see if we can make changes to eliminate that issue. But as far as looking zone by zone about all the thresholds, that does seem like a work program type thing that we would want to have city council, do a not a 5 or add to our work plan in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Well, I have one. Oh, Sarah, go ahead. I can't see who's raising their hand. So
Mark, I've already asked a question.
Oh, Mark, I didn't see your hand was up. Okay, go ahead.
Carl, when was the last major revision to the site review criteria?
I don't know that there's been a major revision in my time here. There have been some, well, obviously the community benefit regs that were adopted in 2019 were probably the biggest change to the criteria by adding the permanently affordable housing requirement. I know there's been some other changes to the criteria, particularly in the building design section that might have happened around 2011, but it wasn't like a very large change. It was just changing some wording that wasn't working quite well. But it's been a long time since there's been a much larger undertaking of updating the criteria.
And does every revision to the code, even if it's just a word or two, require an ordinance change? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in this project, the public input that you received, that you listed out there, focus group, ULI, etc. But there was not a working group charged with producing a product or with staff to produce a product. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, that's it for me. Thanks.
Okay. Lisa, I saw your hand was up there.
Yeah, and forgive me, Carl, you may have touched on this and I may not have dug into it as deeply as I should, but I know that this is something staff has been working on for a long time and has put a lot of time and effort and thought into, and many rounds of review and revision have already occurred. Are there particular examples out there of other cities, perhaps in Colorado, perhaps somewhere else, that you look to that had already done some revisions like this, where you were able to observe that it either went particularly well or didn't go terribly well? And if that is something you look to and had time to look into, how did that kind of inform where staff landed on what they included and what they didn't?
In all honesty, we didn't do a real holistic analysis of what other communities do. There are, cities like Fort Collins that have similar site plan review criteria. I would say our criteria are already pretty lengthy compared to most communities. I work with Lisa, who used to work in the city of Minneapolis. They have much more rigid building design requirements in their code in particular areas. So we looked at some of that for a little bit of a basis, but it showed that there's actually something much more strict than what we're proposing. But we didn't do a holistic, community by community analysis on this.
Cool, thank you. I mean, ultimately it is so place specific, and it tends to be like layers of sedimentary rock almost, where it's just so particular to wherever it is, unless you're truly stripping it all the way down and going form based. So that makes sense. I was just curious if you looked elsewhere.
Okay, maybe I'd just like to ask Carl, one of the effects of this this proposal, if I understand correctly, would be to diminish the reliance on interpretation of Boulder Valley Comp Plan as it is now by planning board and others dealing with permitting. And I'm just trying to understand in greater detail what difference that would imply.
Well, I think that particular criterion, because it's so broad, it says, basically the project is consistent with the policies of the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan on balance. And from looking in the plan that there's, energy policies, community design policies, transportation, housing. There's a whole number of policies that are competing. And that, because one of the primary objectives of the project is to increase the level of predictability in whether a project gets approved or not, we felt like we had to work on that condition because it is quite unpredictable, because a project could be approved or denied based on a whole range of those policies. So we decided to really focus in on what we thought were the most appropriate, high level policies that should be implemented through a site review, and make those requirements more specific about how they're met, and that would be a better way and a more predictable way to evaluate it through that lens.
So just to follow up on that, does that mean that really the discretion and operations of the planning board would be quite limited to quite a degree in practical terms? I certainly understand the objective to increase predictability and keep the wild concerns from out in left field from dominating. But I'm just wondering to what degree we are losing the whole purpose and intent of both a comprehensive plan and the planning board by doing that.
I mean, I think it does, to some extent, it does limit that discretion in aims of increasing the predictability. We've tried to offset that by, again, focusing on the criteria that we think would be the most important to implement through the comp plan. And again, like I said before, there's all of the criteria are meant to implement the comprehensive plan. A lot of these updates we've made, to be more consistent with the community design requirements and the landmarking goals of the comp plan. So it's not just that comp plan section, it's throughout the entire site review.
Okay, well, thank you. I'm sure we'll talk about that more later on this evening. Laura, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I'll wait till our discussion. And I think ML also had her hand up.
Oh, go ahead, ML. Yeah.
Thank you, John. I actually have a question in line with what you're talking about. So my understanding is that this update is part of the community benefit code change project. And if you consider what the community benefit program intends as the outcome for the code change, it is pretty specific. There are 3 bullets on that, and one of them talks about revising criteria to be more prescriptive, to increase level of predictability, ... But it tells you why: to better achieve BVCP goals in line with sustainability and resiliency. So it's pretty precise as to what it wants this code change to focus on in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I think so. Can you, Carl and or Charles, talk about what role have the community benefit program intended outcomes played in informing? Kind of like I'm in agreeing with John. It's this is the big picture directive that has a lot of consequences. And if the intended outcome of the community benefit program is kind of like the high overarching, then I'm curious as to what role the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, sustainability and resiliency sections have taken?
Well, going back in time a bit, with the community benefit phase 1 and phase 2, we talked about a number of policies that were added to the comp plan in 2017 that related specifically to community benefit. Because before that, community benefit was only required in annexation applications. So it now applies to, the policy was changed to basically apply to any request over the floor area ratio or over the height limit. So it very specifically said the city will then look at revising the land use code to update to implement that new policy. So that's what we did as part of phase 1 and 2. Now, obviously, like with any changes we're doing, we're trying to implement policies related to sustainability. We did also look at, specific criteria on resiliency. They were ruled out because we felt that is something, again, that shouldn't just be implemented through the site review process and should apply more broadly, like the energy code. So there already are projects underway where the city is looking at trying to respond to resiliency through building codes that would apply more broadly than site review projects. So I think that was kind of our perspective on that.
Okay, thank you. Sarah?
So I want to come back to something I asked earlier, which is prompted again by what you just said, Carl. The item 9-2-14H1C, the energy conservation and building life cycle, seems to me that, again, climate adaptation and climate change mitigation is actually the broad BVCP goal, and that the energy conservation and building life cycle impact falls under that, as would carbon sinks, which me and my trees. But so I'm just wondering why you all focus so specifically on one component, 1.5 components of the climate change adaptation and mitigation priority, or city. It's a city priority, just broadly. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, so on that topic, you'll recall that there's existing criteria that talk about, minimize and mitigate, the energy conservation criteria. And it's always been kind of not applied the same in every project. And it's been kind of challenging to say when a project meets it or not. It's very vague. So we knew we had to work on that criteria. So we were instructed to look at a more specific requirement to replace that criterion. So we collaborated with our building code folks that work on the energy code. And obviously our energy code is one of the most rigorous in the country, if not the most. I'm not sure where it ranks, but it's challenging to go, how do we go beyond that? Like, what is more cutting edge that should be put into the site review criteria? So we met with the building code planner for a number of times to figure out what that could be. And she was looking at other communities about what they were doing and what that was considered cutting edge. And these were the things that other communities were doing that she felt is something that goes beyond our energy code. So that's why we zeroed in on these particular requirements for the carbon offset.
So I'm going to repeat back to you what you just said as I heard it, which is that there are that because this is the BVCP priority goals, but within the body of the site review criteria, there is landscaping and open space and those elements that the staff feels that the other half of climate mitigation and adaptation and resilience is captured elsewhere Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
Well, it's just that, we can't expect the site review criteria to accomplish everything. It has to be through other tools, other programs, other codes. So this is what we felt would be, most appropriate for the site review criteria.
I'm just speaking specifically about the BVCP priority, what you've prioritized here, because it, to add on a component to what John said, by narrowing the priorities in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan that Planning Board will focus on, there, 87 pages of things that now will be much less important in the first question you always ask Planning Board, which is, does this site review meet BVCP priorities, right? That's essentially what the staff is proposing. So the assumption is that planning boards in the future will evaluate solely through A through G, the A through G list that's on 9-2, the proposed 9-2-14H1. And everything else that's in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan we can almost set aside on the assumption that it's met, that those comp plan objectives are touched through other elements of city code or city policy or city regulations in all the different departments. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
Yeah, I
correctly.
mean, it's that graphic that's in the comp plan that shows, the comp plan. It's not just the land use code that's implementing it. It's a whole range of factors that influence all the departments of the city and the work they do. So, we do have to figure out what's most appropriate with the tool that we have to implement the comp plan. And
okay, I appreciate that. And thank you very much.
Okay, Laura.
Thank you, John. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So that first question that Sarah was asking about, on balance, does it meet the policies of the BVCP? As I'm looking at the proposed site review criteria in front of us, that is struck out. We would no longer have that as something that the planning board is tasked with doing.
that's correct.
So the only things that we would be talking about are what remains in the rest of the text in this ordinance.
That's correct. But again, if there are specific things that apply to a site through an adopted area plan or guidelines, that is not struck out. So just to make that clear.
Okay, so the adopted area plans and guidelines, everything that's in them would still be relevant to the work of the planning board, but the rest of the BVCP that is not represented in this text in the revised ordinance would basically be off limits. Planning board would not be able to attach a criteria or a condition based on the rest of the comp plan that is not represented in the ordinance. Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so when we get to the point where we're discussing amongst ourselves, I want to hear from my colleagues who have more experience on planning board, from Sarah, from George, from John, from Lisa. What have you used in the comp plan in previous project submittals that you think might be important that might not be represented in the current code? Because I don't know what people have tended to pull out of the comp plan that they found to be very significant in project approvals in the past. And I don't know if that kind of conversation has been had or that kind of analysis has been done, but it seems like the planning board members should have something to say about whether this represents the totality of what's important in the comp plan for us to be talking about in the future, because that's a big change. So that's something that I was going to suggest. And I see that Lisa wants to colloquy.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if now's an appropriate time, feel free to cut me off, John.
Yeah.
So honestly, while I consider the criteria in the comp plan really important, and I do think about them quite a bit and make a point to refer to them because we're supposed to be looking at them, the honest answer is it ends up being a rubber stamp and just kind of a thing that we always do that's in there. So I'm not saying that the comprehensive plan isn't important, because it is, and I try to look to it and make consider it, but the reasons why I'm trying to remember it. I'd have to look back through meeting minutes, but I'm trying to remember if there's ever been a time when like the reason I voted for or against something was solely based on the comp plan. And I think almost no. It might come up more almost for legislative kind of things where we're more operating, but if it's down to site review criteria or concept review or something like that, my recollection, and I'm interested to hear if other people think I'm totally off base, but my recollection is that there's pretty much always been something much more specific within the city code, or something else that I would point to that would really sway me, on whether I thought a concept review was good or bad, or the commentary I wanted to offer, or, how I would ultimately vote on something when we were operating in a quasi-judicial manner. So I don't know, I don't want to put words in staff's mouth, but if I recall back to past meetings, I think that's part of why they're removing it, is that it's just kind of ended up as this odd thing that's required to be in there, but that isn't necessarily informing our decisions and votes. That's
Okay,
my take. I'd like to hear from others.
Lisa, I think this discussion will take place after we have our public hearing.
Cool. So yeah, sorry, Laura, I jumped in.
This, yeah, right now we're focused on asking Carl and colleagues specific questions about this, what we're dealing with in front of us. So Sarah, go ahead.
All right, one last question from me, and Lisa, I'm really excited about having this dialogue with you because I think it's an important one. I would like to understand, and I know you said Cool Boulder came in late in the process, and so I guess over time it'll get internalized. But I'm just sort of curious if you could give us a little bit of an insight, because again, this goes to energy conservation and building life cycle. How will Cool Boulder, as it gets developed, be incorporated into site review, if at all? Maybe you don't know yet. I'm just curious what you know at this point.
I mean, there's no directive from council to incorporate Cool Boulder into site review. It's possible that a future work program item might be to do that. And then reopen the criteria to see what changes might make sense. We also, probably at some point need to update our landscaping regs to be, updated, because it's been a while since they've been updated. It could be done through that process as well. But again, we're working on a large number of issues, and I think we would probably have to have something that is a work program item that it explicitly says this is a important endeavor and you should try to integrate it into the criteria or the landscape regs. That's when we would do it.
And I guess I would also add that Cool Boulder is really in its infancy right now, and we're working on scheduling a joint meeting between the planning board and the environmental advisory board to start having more meaningful discussions about it. So I think that that's definitely something that will come into play into the future. There just isn't enough meat on the bone right now for us to, really integrate it into this work.
Sounds like a concept at this point. Okay, are there other questions for staff? I don't see any hands raised. All right, I think that at this point we've been going for an hour and a half. It might be appropriate to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll have our public comment on this issue when we come back. So let's come back at 7:50.
John?
Yes.
So 7:50 would be a 12-minute break. Is that what you wanted?
Well, yeah, let's do 12 minutes then.
Okay, all right.
For that.
Okay, thank you. Just checking.
Yeah.
How late we going tonight, John?
We'll see. How long you good for?
I'm good. I've been silent so far, but probably have to stay too.
I sort of anticipated lots of input from you.
Yeah, I'll get there.
Okay, looks like we're assembling here again. Okay, well, hold it. I guess we're not all back yet.
Ooh, ML, I love your background. What is that?
It's an art installation. Not one that I did, but one that I plucked off the internet.
It's cool.
Isn't that a great artist?
Yeah, it's
Like
very
big
cool.
wire,
What is the scale of that? Do you know?
big.
Big.
If you look at that horizontal piece back there,
Mhm.
that's about eye level.
Okay. Wow. That's cool.
So it's big. Yeah,
That's cool.
I know.
Like looks like a slinky from when I was a kid.
I know, a
My
messed up
Slinky.
one.
All my slinkies look like that about
Exactly.
2 hours after I was playing with them.
Yeah.
ML, I think the last time you were asked that question by John, you answered, "It's the state of my mind."
It remains so, I come to planning board and it's just like, okay, prepare to become assimilated, I guess.
I'm here. I am just dishing up food, so feel free to talk.
Okay, I think we need to get Mark back in also. Oh, here he is. You're muted, Mark, so.
I didn't realize my video was off. There we go.
Okay, all right. Well, I think we can move ahead now with our the public hearing portion of this public hearing. So we can see, do we have some speakers? Cindy, are you administering this?
Yeah, so far we do have one hand raised. If you are interested in speaking, a lot of you are familiar with how this works. You just go down to the bottom and click on raise hand. And we do have a couple of raised hands. You will have 3 minutes each to speak, and I will unmute you and I'll take you in the order that you've raised your hands. It looks like Kurt Norbeck will be our first speaker tonight, and I will put the 3 minutes up on the screen. So Kurt, I have unmuted you, so you should be able to go.
Great, thanks, Kurt Norbeck. I think site review should require that everything be built like a slinky. Okay, here are my real comments. I feel that the projects that emerge from site review and get constructed are in general reasonably attractive and reflective of the desires and goals of the city overall. However, there are a couple of big problems with the site review process. One, it's opaque and difficult, restricting access. There are only a handful of people in the city who understand how to guide a project through the process. This is neither equitable nor inclusive. Two, it's long and expensive. This drives up costs for the finished product. In the case of housing, exacerbating our affordability crisis. It scares some developers off entirely, exacerbating our housing availability crisis. And it makes developers risk averse, leading to some copycat rather than original design. This last point raises the question of what the basic purpose of site review is. The code says it is to, quote, allow flexibility and encourage innovation in land use development. But that's not the outcome, and thresholds that make every large project go through site review belie this. In effect, the purpose seems not to be to encourage good design, but to create a filter to prevent bad design. That's okay, but we shouldn't deceive ourselves about what we're trying to achieve. I was honored to be part of the site review focus group, and I saw all the hard work Carl Geiler put into this project. Unfortunately, he was burdened by unclear, even conflicting objectives, and I feel the result is not what we should be looking for. In particular, the draft is not simpler in my reading, due to the introduction of complex new requirements like the acoustic study and energy conservation. I also have concerns about elevating the 4 chosen specific BDCP policy areas over others. For instance, housing diversity is important, but so is quantity. So I would urge you to clarify and make more specific the directions to staff and send this project back for another round to rework the site review criteria to make them simpler and to give clear guidance to developers without being rigid. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Our next speaker will be Megan Cowles. And Megan, I have just unmuted you, so you should be able to go.
Thank you very much. This is Megan Cole speaking. I'm going to make a few points. First of all, let me say, I agree with the points that Kurt Nordback just made. I want to address some others. When you're on planning board and considering whether to approve a project on site review, one of the things you sometimes think of is, well, if we don't approve it on site review, what the hell is a by right project going to look like? I agree with all of the design objectives that Carl laid out. The shading of windows, the quality of the materials, all of that, very well done. But we want projects that avoid site review to have those attributes as well. And that's why I think that the design objectives of form-based code type requirements should be in the other part of the code that all buildings have to comply with, not just those on site review. Number two, the prohibition on height modification in some areas of town. This just revives Appendix J, in my opinion. Now, let me talk about the areas of town where you can ask for height review modification, but the height limit is 35, 38, or 40 feet. There is something in addition to that height that is always permitted, whether you say grace over it or not, and that is developers get an extra 16 feet for mechanicals on the room, on the top of a building, over that 40-foot limitation. And one of the things I've heard a number of you wish for is variegated roof lines, gabled roofs, and not just the flat top roofs. And so if you make a prohibition on height modification in so much of our town, so much of the residential areas, you're inviting flat top forms because the developers can't even ask for a height modification to make a gabled roof or to put a stair headway so that they can have a green roof and people can access the top of the roof. The third point I want to make is to make view protection a criteria. This is giving the NIMBYs in town a water cannon to point at all of the projects. I really think you should think seriously about that. Finally, the fourth point on those four criteria, that it moves up in, it takes you out of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and says, look at these four criteria: energy conservation, historic or cultural resources, housing diversity, and environmental preservation. Three of those four, every one of them except housing diversity, increases the cost of a development, increases the cost of housing. So it seems to me by focusing on those four, you are increasing the cost of housing projects that come under your consideration, thus putting affordable housing, but in particular workforce housing, market rate starter home further from people's grasp. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Last call, if anyone would like to raise their hand if they have anything to say. We do have another raised hand, and I will allow you to speak. Lynn, go ahead and I'll start your clock.
I'm going to once again talk about the 30,000 foot perspective. And I think that we need a per capita in particular, and Steve Pomerantz has brought this up a lot. The last two articles were about water use, about water. Sure, Macon, stuff costs more. Water, it's a concept. If we can't drink it, you know, we're done. So if it costs, there be it. They won't come. It's like you build it and they will come. You restrict it and they will not. And we need some kind of population management, as Al Bartlett would gladly say, in this community. And 7 subsidies up at 311 was not in line with that. No way. 55th Street, Don Altman. No, he wants 25 units. I mean, he wants, there's 20,000 feet there. He wants 800 square foot units and 25 of them. And we want 1,400 square foot units for the missing middle. Why do we have the missing middle? Because we've put the spread, the low income housing to the high income. The more, it's a paradox, like Macon says, it's a paradox. Yes, stuff costs more, granted, but it also is limiting. And we've got a limited community. Like I always say, my dad moved from New York City, not to New York City. There's other things. I'm going to go popcorn here. The bus stop, electric stoves with solar. Does that make sense? No, no. Electric, resistive heat. This is, and I don't think it came up. I come to a lot of planning board meetings. I don't think I saw the bus stop come up on site review. The Olive, they put in a parking lot, paid paradise, they couldn't afford the affordable housing. It's in lieu. Get rid of in lieu. 20 years ago, get rid of in lieu. Make it a minimum of 50%, like I said in public comment. They've got to pay. We got a reality striking us in the face. Lisa knows this. She worked on the municipalization, on our energy use and environmental aspects of the BVCP. The BVCP is indiscreet. You do need to be more predictive, very predictive. Floodplain for the millennium. That's a boon to them. And it's a giveaway to CU. No CU South. Jobs, housing balance. Jobs, housing balance. Criteria on every development.
Hey, thank you.
Lynn. And one more time, last call. If anyone else has anything they would like to say, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands, John.
Okay. Thank you, Cindy.
Yeah.
So, here we can see Lisa's back again. So now I think we'll open it up for discussion among ourselves here on the board. So I'd invite your thoughts, if anybody has any at this point.
Oh, I'm sure we have lots and lots and lots.
Yeah. Okay, Sarah, you're first.
Oh, well, I think maybe we should return to let's start at the top, return to the conversation about the Boulder Valley Comp Plan goals.
Okay. Would you care to begin with that?
No, but there are people who have their hands up, so.
Oh, all right. Let's see. Okay, Laura.
I just want to kick off the discussion by saying my thought is that this is a bigger item than the 7 of us can complete tonight. I would love to hear some discussion of like what you have found valuable in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan that might not be represented in this version of the criteria. But I think my recommendation would be that we have a working group consisting of current and past planning board members to think about this question, because I see you nodding your head no, Sarah, but I want to finish this point that I think this is a bigger question of if we're going to really change the way that the planning board uses the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. Like, I agree. I don't think as a new planning board member, it's extremely daunting to be like, you have to know all of the criteria of site review and everything in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and understand how it all fits together to be able to apply it. And it does seem somewhat arbitrary and capricious that people can pluck whatever they want and say whether on the balance they think that this is something that needs to change about the project. I can totally understand that we need to have something that's a bit more predictable than that. But I would like that conversation to be a little bit more thoughtful and comprehensive about have we covered all of our bases of what's in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan that should become something that planning board judges projects based on? Because not everything in the BVCP applies to buildings and building design and site design and the kinds of things that are the purview of planning board. There's way more in it than that. But I think that there's more in it than what is represented in this set of criteria. That's my opinion.
Okay. George?
Well, I just want to correct something. The planning board's purview is far beyond building design and site design. It's planning, right? And it's detailed planning for the future of Boulder. And so I think it is appropriate for us to discuss this as a current planning board and run through sort of the criteria that we think are in this that are good and maybe some things that need to be considered as it relates to the BVCP. I'll put out one thing, which I'll key off what Lynn said at the end of her commentary, which was the jobs housing imbalance. It's not a design issue, but it's a material planning issue in Boulder that I don't see represented here, and something that I'd like to put on the table as something that we need to consider as we work through this.
Okay, Sarah?
So Laura, what I was not shaking my head at is I agree with you that this is a very big thing, and I guarantee you, based on just the 20 minutes of conversation we've had today, we're not going to be voting on an ordinance tonight. But I don't think sending it off to a working group where we already know what voices are going to be heard, because it's the same 10 people who come speak to us in every meeting. I think we have a public engagement process, and what would benefit staff is if we give them some guidance and they go back to doing what they do best. They are professionals, and other than Lisa, the rest of us are not planning professionals, and ML, who's an architect. But your other points, which is that this is big and complex, and there seem to be some open questions that need to be answered. This is where the public engagement process comes in, and staff leads that and staff designs that. And our job tonight, I think, is to give them some guidance about where there are challenges and what they've brought to us. So I was just shaking my head at the idea of a singular task for working group. So that's what I was shaking my head at. And I think John had brought up, so believe it or not, I'm going to agree with Macon on one thing. I do think the design criteria are great. The additional ones that they've taken from a form-based code are really good, without handcuffing us to a form-based code across the city. So that I really appreciate that. But I do think, and this is where I sort of a back and forth with Lisa might be helpful. I actually do think that the conversations we have at site review about Boulder Valley Comp Plan goals turns out to be valuable precisely for the reason that George brought up, which is, and I'm quoting Lupita here, we're the planning committee, not the welcoming committee. And those big planning questions do require us to try to prioritize, to identify what priorities we think the 7 who sit on planning board at any given time think should be city priorities. And there's stuff that's left out in the 6 or 7 that are identified in this current proposal that probably need to be part of the conversation. Not necessarily priorities that are priorities to me, but are priorities to others in the community and should be part of the conversation. So I feel I understand why staff has tried to focus the Boulder Valley Comp Plan priorities from a site review process, but I do think it's too limiting. And I'll just focus on the energy conservation. Like energy conservation is a component of this much bigger issue on climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. And that I could see as a priority Boulder Valley Comp Plan objective. and then there'd be all these elements beneath it. But limiting it to the, the building, the energy capture in the building seems really narrow. So that's sort of my take on it, which is this needs to be broadened out a bit.
Okay, who else is ML?
Thank you, John. Laura, thanks for the question. For myself, one of the reasons I was excited to apply for planning board was because of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I think it is an incredibly powerful and useful tool, and in part because my training as an architect and as a designer and in the use of land is you start with the big picture. You start with the big context, and then you kind of narrow it down to get particular solutions in particular locations for particular clients, et cetera, et cetera. The value, I think, of the comp plan is immense. So I agree with John's first instinct was what? Are we suddenly not to be considering it as a comprehensive tool? But again, looking at this project from a holistic and overarching perspective, that's why I went back to, if this is about the community benefit program, is why this project came about. The community benefit program intends its outcome to be accountable to sustainability and resilience parameters that the Boulder Valley Comp Plan has put out there. And I would agree with Sarah's comment that sustainability and resiliency are big, and to reduce either one of them down to a particular strata, I think would be a disservice to our role as serving the city of Boulder's values and vision. So I like that the community benefit program has given direction, and it's given direction in a very comprehensive way. It's about sustainability and resiliency, and I think more so today than ever. If that isn't our number one, we're kind of misguided, because these are the things that are pertinent and valuable in reviewing a long-term policy right now, right here. It's just like, we've got to insert climate considerations. And I think that the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, its sustainability and resiliency components are very profound. And I think they would serve us well in their entirety. And, it's not the entire Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I agree that, there's some parts that, the rural interface things that have more to do with county than city. But it's an important tool.
Okay, I see Lisa hasn't said anything. Do you have anything you'd like to contribute now?
I think if there's strong feeling in any particular direction, I'm happy to be swayed. It feels like, I'm trying to figure out a way to say this that accurately affects what I'm saying. It doesn't sound overly negative. In many ways, I enjoy the concepts and goals and vision, like the long range planning and I don't want to just say ideals, because I think they're more baked than that, but like a lot of what and I love what we do here in planning board. I'm not trying to knock planning board, but I really enjoy a lot of the long range planning and the goals and so on that are in the comp plan. Sometimes, and in certain circumstances, I find them more exciting and more fun maybe than some of what we end up doing when we're down to site review, depending on the plan and what we're doing and all of that. And also, I appreciate staff's work toward trying to be honest about how decisions are actually made and what we actually bring to bear and how the process actually goes. And it may be that I'm, again, just failing to remember that if I sat down and reviewed minutes, I would find examples where I, and perhaps even more frequently other members of the planning board, did in fact make decisions based on criteria in the comp plan, but it typically doesn't come up, you know? So I guess I'm kind of open to, if people feel really strongly and want to leave it in, they can, but it ends up being a bit of a rubber stamp. So, you know, I guess I'm still where I was, but I don't want it to seem like I don't like the comp plan or that I think about climate change constantly and jobs, housing and balance and transit and where we're going in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 50, 100. But at the end of the day, is that actually what we're doing with it?
Mark, any thoughts?
Yes. The first thing I want to say is I want to acknowledge the work of staff on this under really difficult circumstances. And I also want to acknowledge that virtually all the public comments we've received from the community have mentioned the excellent work and Carl by name and his team. And so I begin this with some praise. And I also want to acknowledge that this is a big project. And I think that was the part of my question in asking Carl earlier, when's the last time we did this? And you know, how often do we do it? And the answer, it was a long time ago and not very often. And so I think we have to get this right. My perceptions are that this project has taken a long time, which speaks to the amount of work, but it's also, I think it has crept beyond the original intent. It is morphed into a project that has concerns more about preventing a building being built that we don't like, rather than really encouraging a vision for where we want to go. It's also been a plan that's been developed under multiple councils and a very different council than when the project was started. It's under a different planning board. The staff has operated under different departmental leaderships, three or four times, depending upon how you count interim leadership. And so, you know, I think, again, the project goals, and I go back to Carl's presentation page where he talked about emphasizing and meeting our collective goals, simplifying, clarifying. But I think there are a number of items that have been pointed out, but I'll point out a few, again, that have been pointed out in the past. For me, one of the major ones is creating new height limitations. We have been working on, we have height limitations, and suddenly now we have 1,000-foot radius zones of varying height restrictions based on existing buildings. That is not something that, for me, belongs here or should be part of this plan and new ordinance. Universal sound studies required in every instance, in every location, in every industrial area, whatever. Again, we have a responsibility to be cognizant of increased cost. prescriptive elements that simply cannot work in a number of cases. And again, there's the alternative criteria. But again, it makes the process harder and more expensive for applicants. And the difficulty and the expense for applicants, as has been pointed out, is something that creates a very small pool of people who have the wherewithal and the money and the knowledge and can hire the right people to navigate a project through the process. And I think that that speaks poorly of us achieving our equity goals. I think again, it's been complained that we see the same people over and over again. Many of those people have been on planning board, and so suddenly we're, it's a little circular thing, a planning board and consultancy, etc. And I would like to see an ordinance that allowed for someone other than major developers to bring forth a project, to bring forth a housing project, a commercial project that could go through site review without having to hire those sort of consultancies. Finally, I am in support of the idea that a working group, and it doesn't always have to be the same usual suspects, although, gee, this is Boulder, and so the usual suspects tend to show up. But a working group rather than a focus group, because those people live with the code, and it would be, and they produce the product that we want to see. We want to see more housing. If you want middle income ownership housing, then let's have people charged in a working group with producing a product, not just producing suggestions. It's easy to suggest a lot of things, but when you're tasked with a working group that has people with different thoughts than you, and you're tasked with producing a consensus product, I think good things can come out of that. Finally, I think that there are a lot of good elements that we can praise in what has been presented tonight, but the number of negatives and the importance and the time frame with which we're dealing with this means that we can't approve this as is tonight. For me, I know I can't approve it as is tonight. And I know that we are not going to go through changes and wordsmith enough changes that we could vote for something. For me, I don't think that's going to happen tonight, even if we went to 1. So I have motion language that I would like to submit at a point when we're ready to discuss motions. But anyway, those are my thoughts. Thank you, John.
Okay, just to clarify, how do you think this should be? We should deal with this? Are you saying we should just say no, or?
Well, that's why I've crafted motion language, and I can send that now if you'd like.
Okay, well, at some point when it's convenient.
Yeah, no, I'll do that. I've got it queued up. I just didn't want to, if we're still discussing ways forward, I didn't want to step on the process in some way that didn't acknowledge everyone's ability to contribute. So,
well, I mean, if you will change your opinion as a result of our discussion, then fine, then wait. But if you are very clear about it, then let's take a look at what you're thinking.
Sure, I'll go ahead and send it, but I think we should carry on. There's lots of hands up, and but anyway, I just don't want to interject something and interrupt the discussion. But I'll send it now, and you can all take some time to look at it.
Okay, very good. I see there are several hands up, but I'd like to just spout off a little bit also quickly. My general attitude is that I think that the primary objective of this effort, which is to improve the design quality of the buildings that we're seeing being built in town, is excellent. And I think that the manner in which it's being proposed is very good too. I started out being very unenthusiastic about form-based code approach, but after listening to Carl and learning a little bit more about it and becoming more familiar, I think it is generally a reasonable approach to trying to become more efficient and trying to achieve a more aesthetically pleasing outcome. Where I do not see I'm not in favor of diminishing the planning board's ability to deal with the comprehensive plan, Boulder Valley Comp Plan, and to decide which elements are appropriate to consider. And I think that if we were to move ahead with what has been proposed tonight by staff, that a good deal of the discretion of the planning board would be lost. And I think that we wouldn't be able to do the job which I feel we have been appointed to do. I won't repeat the points made by George and Sarah, but and ML, but I think they're absolutely relevant. And I just don't see how we accomplish what we have been tasked with if we move ahead in a way that limits our ability to review Boulder Valley Comp Plan issues. Okay, I see Laura has her hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. So I just want to respond to that because I really deeply understand that the work of the planning board is really, really linked to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and all the plans that tier off of it, the subcommunity plans, the area plans, the design guidelines. The thing that I am very sympathetic to from staff's perspective, and I think from the development community's perspective, is the barrier that it poses to a developer, to an applicant, to have to look through the comp plan and guess what sections are going to be relevant to their site design, their building design that it's going through site review. And so I think some good work could be done. And again, I'm going to suggest a working group, not just a general public outreach, not just a general focus group of the community, but specifically on the idea of what in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan should be relevant to the specific task of site review. And the people who have experience with that would be current and former planning board members who have had to make the decision of what within the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan is relevant to site review. And that's the conversation that I would like to see happen, because there's a lot in the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan that is very relevant to our legislative functions and the advice that we give to council about updates to the BVCP, area planning, subcommunity planning, changes to Title IX and the building code that should not be something that an individual developer is held to in their site review, right? Like, I'm sympathetic to George's point about the jobs housing balance, but are we going to hold every building that comes before us for site review to say, well, this is an office building and it doesn't meet the comp plan about jobs housing balance? That to me, I would have a hard time making an argument that that is an appropriate standard to hold an individual project to. That is much more relevant to the larger legislative planning tasks that we have. And so that's what I'm proposing. And I think that's what Carl and staff have made a good faith effort to already do, is to pull out, if the project is, when something comes before site review, we want to hold it to a higher standard than just a by right project, something that could be developed without site review. You're asking for something in site review. You're making a large impact on the landscape because it's a big building, or you're asking for more height or more floor area ratio or less open space. And so we're going to hold you to a higher standard. And so I think it does need to be predictable, and telling people anything in the comp plan is fair game and you could be held to anything in here and you kind of have to guess, doesn't seem fair, right? And I know that we've done it that way for a long time, but that really doesn't match up in my logical brain about what is fair to expect from somebody who is embarking on a like a $500,000 planning project. So that's my suggestion for the BVCP, just that one piece of it. I have other thoughts about the design excellence stuff that's in there, and I have some very specific suggestions. But I'm going to agree with Mark, and I think with where John is, that I'm not ready to approve this tonight. I think we do need to send it back for some changes. One, about what gets pulled out of the BVCP, and two, I do think that there have been suggestions to take these very prescriptive standards that have metrics like this long of a building facade, this many windows. This is the third question that staff, I think the second or third question that staff asked us is a key point. Should it be less prescriptive and instead read something like the project will meet a certain intent and describe what that intent is for each of the criteria. And then in determining whether this criterion is met, the following factors will be considered. So you still have all that good work of suggestions that are pulled from the form-based code, but they become more like, if you're looking for a cookbook, here's what you can follow and be safe, but we're not going to hold you to a black and white standard. And I think the code should be rewritten in that manner to give people more flexibility and not put them through that alternative compliance section, which every single person that I have talked to that has a comment about this says that their preference is not to have it be a black and white standard with alternative compliance, but to have the flexibility built in. Show us what you think a good example looks like, and then let us be creative, let us be innovative, as Mark was saying. So I think those two things at minimum need to happen in a new version of this site review guidelines. And I do have some very specific comments that I'm also hoping we can get to tonight.
Okay. Sarah.
Go to ML first.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Go to ML first, please.
Oh, all right. ML, go ahead.
Hi, let me see, I see the hand and I think I'm muted. Sorry. I agree with, there is a big question that starts before we start going into line by line at the ordinance, and that is, what impact how are we looking to have the Boulder Valley Comp Plan inform these particular policies? So I agree with Laura on that it's a working group or not. I really don't have an opinion on that. It seems to me that to take it out of staff's hands would be, might not be a good thing. I think staff has put a lot of time and focus on this. And if we bring our concerns in a very clear way to that subject, it might give enough guidance into, okay, here's what we're looking for to happen with regard to that. How does the Boulder Valley Comp Plan influence and inform this ordinance? Secondly, I kind of would like to hear how John wants to run the rest of this meeting, because I've got line by line items also. Some of them are big and overarching and they deal with a lot of the stuff the public is, but they belong in their section, and I am going to respect that. If our goal is to go through it and to articulate, here are the concerns that we have, not to necessarily come to any conclusions, but I think it should be methodical, because this is too big and there's too much to hit it, randomly one off. So I think address the big Boulder Valley Comp Plan concern, and then maybe give some direction on how do we want to put all of the rest of the concerns that are policy specific onto the table.
Okay, well, it's a good question. I'm trying to figure out how we avoid staying here until 2 a.m.
Right.
And I see a lot of head nodding there. I think this conversation in general, the big picture is very valuable, and also how we believe this should interact, and we should interact with Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I'm wondering, and I'm asking your opinion, if you would like to send your detailed comments individually to staff after the discussion of the big picture issues. I'm trying to figure out if that is a suitable way to proceed. Whether we want to individually talk about each text change that, for example, a bunch of us may have, or if we just want to send them individually to staff. I'd value your thoughts on that. George, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to make a few points. Because I heard some things that I don't necessarily agree with as a developer, and that I've been in this role myself. Number one, I don't think we should kid ourselves that it won't be the same group of people or very sophisticated developers coming through this process, and that by simplifying it to a point where we're eliminating standards, we're going to get some grassroots, community developers in here. I just don't think that that's reality. These are projects that are focused around 30,000 square feet or more. Boulder is an extremely competitive environment. Planning board is super busy, as is staff, because of the tsunami of projects that are coming at us. There is not a lack of desire to develop in this community, that we have to try to make things simpler just to try to get more development or more people involved, because I do not believe it's true that if we eliminate certain costs, let's say like the sound ordinance or the sound study that's been put forward in this, for my mind, that's an equity issue, right? That's looking at workers in these buildings. And it's a sound study that they're asking the developer to do to make sure if they're near train tracks and things like that, that these things are built appropriately for that environment. I don't see that as a barrier. I see that as an equity issue in a place that, if I was going to work in those buildings, I'd want those types of things done. But I also don't think that that's going to stop any developer from developing in Boulder, nor do I think it's going to stop them from developing with prescriptive high quality materials, because there's a lot of money to be made in this town. Secondly, as it relates to sort of creating an environment where we don't use BVCP as a lens, where we look at this, I think there are a lot of people in the development community who would like us to look at this only on a project by project basis. But our job as the planning board is to also have a macro lens as we look at these projects and understand where an individual project might fit into the fabric of Boulder. And by diminishing it only to a project by project basis, we lose the reason why I joined planning board, which was to look at Boulder holistically and make sure that these projects fit in with each other, and that one project might come through, another project might come through, and they might be identical, and one might be right for the time and place, and one might not be, for reasons of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and what we have as our task in front of us as the planning board. So I want to put forth that position. I think overall, I appreciate where this document has been and where it's going. I'd like to see more of the BVCP put into it, but I don't necessarily want to kick it down to another working group when this is something that I think it's taxed upon us to try to move something forward, rather than just kicking it to another group that's going to kick it back to us eventually to try to move something forward.
Sarah, sorry.
So it's okay. So I agree with literally everything George just said. And if talking about how we might move forward, I wonder if what we could do is focus on everything from site design down, go through that, and then without voting on, so we're giving feedback to staff and then ask them to go back, revise based on that feedback, and address some of the concerns that we've raised about the BVCP component. So that at least we've made some progress and we've given staff something to work with. To the question of the working group, you know, a couple of thoughts. We are the working group. We're the planning board. That's our job. And we don't need to go to former planning board members or developers or applicants or whomever. This is our job. This is why we sit here and spend hours doing this. So it's our task to figure out the things that are challenging. And I think it's important to, we all come in with points of view, but we don't represent specific groups. We don't represent specific voices. We are here to represent everyone in the city and all of the complex and competing ideas and thoughts and visions about what the city should be. And that makes it hard, but it also means that we need to be independent voices going forward and listen to each other and try to find compromise positions. So my recommendation is we do a line by line from 9-2-14H2 site design on to the bottom, give some give some general feedback on the Boulder Valley Comp Plan component and ask staff to go back, revise, think through the Boulder Valley Comp Plan component and bring this back at some later date for another discussion. That would be my suggestion of how to move forward.
Okay, thank you. That was good to get that suggestion on how we proceed. Lisa.
Yeah, so I don't want to go against rules of order again, but I guess one of the things that as appropriate or if appropriate that would help me understand kind of how to move forward, and I like the suggestion Sarah just made, would be when and if we can to ask staff what would be most useful for them to come back. I mean, I think it's pretty clear that, you know, that we feel that there's some more work that needs to be done, and at a minimum, you know, concerns about losing some of the things that we really like that kind of are brought into the discussion through the BVCP, you know, and so on. And I'm sure people have line by line, you know, feedback on it. But I wonder how in depth is useful to staff, and like what would be most useful for them to then turn around and come back to us next time so that we give them the information they need to move forward. So that's just something I had in mind, is like what has staff heard from us, and like what would be most useful to them. You know, and I don't want it to shut down the conversation at all. I want everyone to get to say what they want to say, but you know, like what do they need to hear so that, you know, we continue this productively, which I think will happen in a future meeting, you know, so yeah.
I think that's an excellent suggestion. And I think after we have had this last round, then I'll ask staff how they feel about that, what would be most useful to them. And I see a couple more hands up. Mark?
You should go to Laura next.
Oh, all right.
I
can't tell who.
Yeah.
All right, Laura, go ahead. I think you're muted, Laura.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mark. Okay, so a couple of things. I definitely think that we should go line by line tonight so that staff have some direction about what we're asking them to change and bring back. I do think that we should do a straw poll on the changes, because I'm fairly certain that I'm going to propose a couple of things that not everybody's going to agree with, but might have majority support, but I won't know that unless we take a straw poll. And I don't want to ask staff to come back with a new version if it doesn't have majority support. And luckily we're all here tonight, so we can maybe have that discussion tonight rather than asking staff to come back and then we give them more changes. I also have about 3 things that would not be covered in a line by line review. They're either things that I think are missing or they're just not covered in a line by line. So I think we need to make a space for that tonight as well, because some of those things also are significant. I did want to, I'm sorry.
Do you want to mention those now, or do you think that's inappropriate?
Sure. Sure, I can. But I also want to ask staff at some point to weigh in here about the sound study because it has come up a couple of times. And I think there might be a misconception about it. You know, my understanding is that the acoustic study only applies to developments that have a residential component, not workers or office buildings, but a residential component. And it only is buildings that are near certain kinds of predictable noise makers like railroad tracks and that sort of thing. So I do want to ask staff to clear that up. And then maybe after that, we could go to the things that I have that are not a line by line. Would that be okay,
Okay.
John?
Sure.
So maybe Carl?
Yeah, to answer your question, that noise criterion is only pertinent to residential, and it's only, you know, near primary arterials or railroads within the city.
Thank you, Carl.
Mm-hmm.
Because I do think that that changed since the first version, and there was some public comment that was directed at how broad they felt that acoustic study was, and I think staff heard that and narrowed it. So thank you, Carl, for that. Okay, so the things I have that would not be covered by a line by line. One is the one I mentioned before, that is staff's key question for us about, does the planning board find that the criteria should be modified to be less prescriptive? And my answer to that would be yes. And I would like to see a rewrite of what that would look like in line with that comment about changing it from you will meet this standard to the project will fulfill this intent and here are some ways to do it. I think that that is a very good comment. I've heard it predictably from many, many members of people who have come before planning board, both people that you would consider to be traditional developers and people that you would consider to be affordable housing advocates, have all said that same thing, that they find that the prescriptive is going too far, but that these are good examples. If the project wants to be safe, they can play it safe and follow the examples, or they could try something more creative. And that the developers feel that that would be, that there would be less back and forth, less cost, less, it would be less onerous than meeting the prescriptive standard or going through alternative compliance. So my answer to that is yes, and that would not be covered by a line by line. So that's my first one. The second one is I heard a lot of comments saying that form-based code is usually developed for a specific area, like Boulder Junction, and that while they appreciated Carl's intent and planning staff's intent to take what is most basic or most universal from the form-based code and apply it basically citywide anywhere there is a site review, that there was some concern that that would produce a sameness and it would not be in line with, you know, the part of the BVCP that talks about individual character areas for different parts of Boulder. And I'm not an expert on this. And so my suggestion here is, I'm not asking the DAB to review the code, but I would like to get DAB to weigh in on the question of whether these elements that were pulled out of form-based code would be pretty universally applicable everywhere that there is a site review project, or if DAB thinks that some of these are more applicable than others and they would take some out, or there's other ones that they would recommend, because they're the architect committee. They're the people who are supposed to advise on design. And that's what this is quality in design. It's the design excellence. And I think it would be a shame if we don't ask DAB to weigh into design excellence criteria that are going to apply citywide in a blanket fashion every time there's a site review. So I would like to get, you know, especially if we're going to send this back, I would like to get DAB to weigh in and have that feedback inform any changes that might be made to these criteria. So that's my second point. And then my third, which we don't necessarily have to talk about in depth tonight, but I am worried about taking out the density bonus out of site review that was planned. I understand that there are other work plan components that may take the place of that. And there may be other, you know, like changing the intensity standards in the land use code that would take the place of having density come through site review. I understand that. My concern is if that other process falls through, as sometimes happens, or if we don't get the outcomes that we expect from those other work plan items, what happens to this idea of a density bonus through site review if we allow it to be excluded at this stage? And my suggestion there is just to make a recommendation from this board that if we go ahead and remove the density bonus from the site review, or we don't consider density bonus through site review, that we make sure that that option doesn't drop off the table and it gets carried through the consideration of all the other alternatives to see which one is best. And that if the density bonus turns out to be something that still has legs, it can come back to us. I just don't want it to drop off the radar and disappear. I want to tie it to those other work plan items. I'll shut up now, but those are my three things.
Okay, I think that your suggestion is quite reasonable to have a sense of the board response on each of those three as feedback both to staff and to council for that matter. Mark.
So my only question, I've listened to our colleagues here about ways to proceed. I would like to understand. So staff has given us a product. They've asked us questions. And I agree with Laura that in terms of the question of, is it too prescriptive? For me, the answer is yes. So we have a line by line methodology here. We have an alternative motion. We have staff's motion. Depending upon how we proceed, is the plan to end up with a motion that we adopt tonight? Because staff did present us with a schedule of the first and second reading of the ordinance going before council. So the way I interpret this is that when we're done tonight, we should have adopted a motion that conveys the majority of a four-person vote of what our recommendation to council is. And so I am a little lost as to how to proceed and end up with a motion that concisely conveys the planning board's majority view to council. And maybe one of our more senior members can tell me. Hella's got her hand up, so that would be great.
Hella, we would welcome your thoughts.
Well, and I wasn't actually going to address Mark's question. Just because Mark is speaking again, he sent out a motion he was considering to everybody, and because this is a public meeting, I would recommend that you put it on the screen so that the members of the public can see it too. You can just put it on the screen and can continue your conversation just for transparency purposes.
Okay, thanks for that advice and for keeping us on the straight and narrow.
Thank you, but can we also ask Hella to address Mark's question of, if we do not adopt this ordinance tonight, what happens? Does it just get kicked back to staff and nothing goes to council and that schedule gets delayed? Or does something else happen?
So you make a recommendation on the ordinance, and then right now there are a first and second reading as scheduled, but depending on your advice, I think staff will regroup and decide what the next best step is. So if you recommend that more work be done, the staff may take that recommendation and not move forward with first and second reading, but I think that's yet to be decided.
Thank you.
So Mark, to go back to your question, I agree that we want to develop a conclusion tonight. Whether we, and I haven't even had a chance to look at your proposed motion yet, but whether we want to recommend adoption of the revisions as submitted by staff is one alternative. And if not, then we can say what we would like to have changed or what needs additional work. And staff will deal with that and decide how they want to deal with the scheduling question at City Council.
So I'll just ask real quickly, would it be helpful procedurally to put forth staff's motion and then we debate, discuss, etc. Put forth my motion, take a nod type of vote, which council does all the time. I don't necessarily agree with it, but sometimes it's procedurally convenient. So anyway, if we need a motion, I'm ready to debate staff's motion. I'm ready to advocate for and debate mine, whatever might help us progress.
Okay. ML.
Thank you, John. I think that the kind of place we're at, I've heard my colleagues talking, we may not be comfortable to adopt this motion that the staff has put forward. But I think that it would be remiss of us if we didn't go through the policy and give staff the direction so that they know what are the reasons that we are not. And I don't think we have to debate and come to agreement about everything, but I think it will be important for staff to know what is stopping us from approving it as it is. And let's get on with going through it and do that. I think we can debate where we're at and what's up. But at the end of the day, I think we cannot leave here tonight without giving staff direction as to here is why we're not agreeing with this motion. I'll put my hand down.
Okay, there's some telephone going on in the background. Sarah.
So I agree with ML, and having read Mark's proposed language, I'm going to vote no. I would vote no on it because all it does is start the process over again with staff. And that's the last thing we should be doing here. We have comments to make, we'll make comments, we'll give guidance. We may not vote on a motion tonight, the motion that staff has put in front of us, but at least we will have given guidance to them on the motion that they presented to us. But Mark, your motion, which I read, basically says we want it we want all these other things. We might as well then just say, forget this motion completely and let's just keep doing what we've been doing for the last 20 years. Tools and guidebooks and blah, none of those things currently exist. You're asking staff to take on a whole new task, which they don't actually have the bandwidth for because they're already overwhelmed, as are we. So I can tell you I'm a no on your proposal. I'm a yes on what ML has suggested.
George. You're muted, George.
I was trying to go quick too. I agree completely with what ML said. I think we got to do the work and give the feedback to staff rather than debate this much longer. I also think we need to time keep each other a little bit in this, and everyone should have kind of the same kind of airtime. So I'd ask everyone to kind of think about that as we go through. Otherwise, we're going to be here until when my kids go to school, and I want to be able to take them there and not fall asleep. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Short comments, and then we'll ask staff what is most useful for them, and then we'll proceed. Laura.
So I agree with ML. We need to go through line by line and give our comments. Hopefully we can also get a sense of whether the board generally agrees or if it's a controversial thing that has been suggested. And I do want to uplift that I think in Mark's motion, he's saying one of the same things that I'm saying about answering staff's question. Number 2, does planning board recommend that the criteria should be modified to be less prescriptive? And I think that the examples are already written by staff they wrote them as prescriptive, and we just want to change those to, here's an example of what you could do to meet this intent. So I do think that that part of Mark's motion is consistent with what I said. And I am more than ready to start walking through line by line.
Okay, staff, here's your chance to tell us what's most useful to you.
That's a tall order. I agree with the getting feedback on the prescriptive nature first might kind of help inform before we start walking through the criteria. So maybe even some sort of straw poll from the board about whether it needs to be rewritten to be on balance and consider the following factors, and that might help walking through.
Okay, I think that's a reasonable suggestion.
I think it might also be helpful to understand what BVCP policies you would want implemented in the site review criteria, or whether you would want to keep the on balance finding language that's in there. That seems to be pretty pivotal.
Okay, I think we can also address that. All right. All right, let's start. I'm trying to keep track of what everybody's looking at. Okay. ML, you have indicated you have a lot of comments directly ready to go. So why don't we with you?
Thank you. I think somebody suggested we start at H, which is the criteria for review, and move ourselves through that. Does that sound good to people for our line by line, or do we want to start before that?
No, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Sounds good. Do we want to put it up on screen at all, or you just want to follow?
I think it'd be useful to have it on the screen so we can all make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Yeah.
I think it would be great to walk through line by line, and rather than doing it one person at a time and having ML go through all 10 pages, we do it like item H1, who has comments on H1.
Yes.
Okay.
Does everybody want me to share my screen with the ordinance document?
That'd be great, Carl. Thank you.
Yep.
That would be good.
So I just real quickly am asking, staff just told us, Carl just told us that it might be helpful to address the prescriptive, the big question of the prescriptive nature of what they've presented tonight. Should we take a straw vote? Do you, as a planning board member, find that the product staff has produced for us to review tonight is too prescriptive?
Okay, let's take a straw vote. We can use our thumbs, and somebody needs to count. I'm not sure I can look at everybody at the same time here.
So the question is it prescriptive, yes or no?
Is it too prescriptive?
Yes.
If it's too prescriptive, put your thumb up.
Well, hang on, can we use the language that is in staff's question to us, which is, does the planning board find that the criteria should be modified to be less prescriptive? It's the same question, but we're using staff's language, which I think is appropriate.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay.
I can put it in the chat if that's helpful, if people want to look at it.
I've got it.
I think everybody's got it.
Okay.
Well, let's count thumbs. I see Lisa, Mark, Laura.
I'm sorry. I'm a little perplexed about the question. Can someone just help reframe that a little bit to provide more context?
Can we ask Carl to do that, maybe, since it's staff's question to us?
So the way the current criteria are set up is it's not prescriptive. It basically says at the beginning of each section, here's the intent. This is what the city, finds to be a project that's worthy of approval, meeting the purpose of site review and the comp plan. And then it considers everything on balance. So not every single criterion has to be met 100%. It's a balance between them. And some might not be met at all, but others might be met very well. That's how it's currently done. So the ordinance in attachment A is more like standards, where it's a little more black and white. Some are still, similar to the current site review. But I guess the question is, particularly with respect to the building design section, should that be not so prescriptive and softened up where we put the intent of what, is considered to be a good quality building, and then all those metrics that were developed would be more like they'd be a consideration, but it wouldn't have to be met 100%. So we'd be kind of dialing back the level of prescriptiveness. Does that help?
Yeah, thanks. It looks like Sarah has a question, her hand up.
Yeah, so this is not a question for Carl, although Carl, don't go away. This is a comment. So I actually think in certain parts of this, particularly in the site design and building design, combined with the alternative compliance, it is not too prescriptive, because the alternative compliance, as Carl explained to us, gives an applicant a tool, a process by which they can come and say, this particular component is not going to work for me, and here's why. And then they can go in discussion, be in discussion with staff to figure out if that's going to work or not. To me, that eliminates the subjectiveness of the site review process, which I'm sure is a frustrating process for the applicants who do come through the system. There are many applicants who come through the system who we did not hear from. So, which suggests to me that those applicants are okay with this proposal. I know who we heard from who isn't happy with it, but I don't think that I think that what staff has come up with in terms of site design, building design, and the alternative compliance are, in my estimation, not overly restrictive, because they do give some wiggle room and they do create a less subjective process. Now, there's specific language that might need to be cleaned up in that, and there's all kinds of other issues that we want to raise with staff. But from my perspective, I am fine with the prescriptive nature of what they've proposed. I mean, it's about fenestration and window depth. I mean, it's not. This isn't about. I mean, it's anyways.
Are we doing a thumbs up, thumbs down on it, or are we? I'm confused.
I'm trying to explain the question that's being asked to me is not as simple as thumbs up and thumbs down. I think it needs a discussion, and that I'm putting my 2 cents in. So that's my position. I do not think it is too prescriptive.
Okay, George, you have your hand up.
I would agree with Sarah. I mean, that's why I asked for context, because I think it's more nuanced than a thumbs up and thumbs down. But I agree generally with the position that you put forth, Sarah.
Laura.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of splitting hairs, but I do think making it a less prescriptive and being more descriptive of, building entries along the public realm shall be emphasized, and here's some ways to do it, is more conducive to innovation, creativity, and separate neighborhood character than having every single building that comes through site review have to have these 10 cookbook elements, right? And so I do think that we want to keep this level of detail in the site review criteria so people know that if you do these things the way it is listed, you're definitely getting through, because you have done it the way that we have described as an appropriate example. But it leaves more room for creativity without people having to go through alternative compliance. And some people have expressed that they don't, that feels very subjective and would potentially add time and cost and back and forth. And maybe those people are just misunderstanding what the alternative compliance process would be like. But it's basically a question of, do we want the code to read, do it this way, and if you're not going to, you have to justify yourself? Or do we want it to read, you have lots of options for how to do it, and here's one way to do it to be safe?
Okay. Thank you. All right, I think we're going to ask for some thumbs now. So,
It looks like Lisa had a comment.
Yeah.
oh, how am I not seeing Lisa here? Anyway, Lisa, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I agree with I agree with this discussion on thumbs because I want to give a straw poll and give something useful to staff. I agree with Georgie and Sarah. I don't think it's too prescriptive. I think we can go in and, you know, nitpick little individual things. I'm not sure that's necessary. Staff's put a lot of time and energy into this. And I think come up with a really good product. So even though I strongly suspect we're going to be kicking back a lot of this to staff, I don't feel like some of the specific work that has been done is overly prescriptive. But that also doesn't mean that there aren't things that we might want to dig into a little more. But yeah, I think the overall direction is good. So when I give my thumbs up, that is what I'm attempting to convey, which is a little more nuanced than just a thumb.
Okay. I'll just say that I agree also with George and Sarah. And there's two considerations here that go into my decision. One is that there is an alternative compliance method for people who don't want to follow those prescriptions. And the other is that our job here is to make sure we're designing and creating things that we'll be happy with 25 years from now. Our primary concern is not to speed up a developer's application time and effort. It's to wind up with something that we're happy with for the long term. And so between that, it's a
John seems to have frozen. John, can you hear us?
agreement with what's being proposed here by staff. Show me your thumb.
John, you were frozen for a bit.
Oh my God. Comments
can you just repeat like your last two sentences, which I think were giving us direction on a vote or a thumbs up?
Okay. Yeah. Please put up your thumbs if you support the staff proposal for how to deal with these prescriptive requirements.
What?
No, I think, John, it's thumbs up if you feel that the language
should be modified to be less prescriptive.
No, ML. We can vote, we can do it that way. Do you feel the language is too prescriptive? Give a thumbs up, and then we can do a separate if you feel the language is not too prescriptive. And then we'll have, because we know we're gonna, this is for guidance to staff. This is not, we are not voting on the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question presented by staff, does the planning board find that the criteria should be modified to be less prescriptive? That's the question that I think we're asking. So can we take a vote on the answer to that question?
Fair enough. So if you think that I'm not reading it right now, that's my problem.
Do you find, raise your hand if you find that the criteria should be modified to be less prescriptive?
That's ML, Laura, Mark, and I can't see anyone else. Okay, so that's 3 thumbs up there.
So it sounds like that fails and we can move on. But thank you all for a good discussion and for considering it thoughtfully.
Okay. So
now,
well,
can I say something?
Yeah.
I understand why we had that little vote just to get a general sense, but you know, that particular question is going to show up in the line by line in some very significant way. So I think our little straw poll may or may not have as much weight once we get into the particulars, because there are significant parts of this ordinance that deal directly with that. So anyway, just the grain of salt. Take it with the grain of salt, because I think there's a lot more to that, which will come up in the line by line.
Yeah, ML, this was not a vote on whether we support the motion.
I know.
Right.
I'm clear on that. I'm just reminding us that there's the line by line is going to get to that more.
And I think
more in depth.
keep in mind, we just split 4-3. So believe me, staff is aware that we are a bit divided.
So I think we can safely say that we don't want a general across the board rewrite to be less prescriptive, but there may be individual line edits that someone might propose to be less prescriptive on some items. So let's take it as that and keep going. We're on a roll.
Yeah. Okay. In fact, I wonder, Carl, if you want to lead this discussion of the line by line process here.
Sure. And can you see the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan criteria in front of you now? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So it would be super helpful if there were, specifics from the comp plan that should be integrated here as we go through it.
My input on this would be that we go back to the way we've been doing it with the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. But since I know we're not going to vote on it that way, we need to revisit this section. We need to revisit section H1. That's my comment on this, and we'll go deeper into it after we've gone all the way through the rest of the plan, because I don't want to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning again.
So jump to H2 now.
That's my point of view. I think you want to just poll everybody and see what their take is.
So I just want to say, this is why I'm suggesting a work group, whether it's a work group of just planning board members. I feel like the experience to know what from the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan should be in this section lies within planning board members, whether it's current or former, and that it's going to take time for people to go through the comp plan in detail and figure out what they want to say. And I think if we try to do it here tonight off the cuff, we would be doing a disservice to the comprehensive plan and to the work of planning board and to the experience of all of our members. I don't think we want to take our time to read through the comp plan and make sure that we're crossing all of our T's and dotting all of our I's and making sure that everything that needs to be here is here.
I'm sorry, we're not trying to rewrite this for staff. We're giving staff guidance and they're going to take it back. So
yes, but they're asking which pieces of the comp plan should be in here. The comp plan is like a 100-page document. I can't tell you it needs to have this section on multi-use and it needs to have this section on,
Laura, Laura, I agree with you that they're going to have to go back and consider it. But what we have been doing, what the city's been doing for years, is that the comp plan is one of the key questions that we always get asked about during site review. We can return, we don't need to focus, we don't need to change what we've been doing. We can say that in this proposal, when staff will return us to the way it has been, it was yesterday and the way it might be tomorrow, without having to reprioritize or pull pieces from the comp plan.
okay, Sarah, so it sounds to me like that's your proposal, is just return to the way it was, where it asks the question of, on balance, does the project meet the goals of the comprehensive plan, which is different than the suggestion that I'm making, and then what Carl and Charles, I think, asked for, which is which sections of the Boulder Comprehensive Plan should be here. And that's not to say that we have to do what they have asked for, but if your proposal is, let's just go back to the way it has always been, that's fine. We can do a thumbs up, thumbs down on that as well. That's a perfectly valid proposal.
I'd like to suggest that the way to get through all of these is to, I think Sarah might have said this, it's just like, or maybe Laura, somebody said it just now, that, okay, we agree that H1, we need to come back to that, because it's not something we're gonna know and give direction on tonight, but we know that it is something that we're not in agreement with the way it's being proposed. So we need that. We will have staff come back to us on.
I just want to clarify one thing too, and it's possible it's possible I'm misinterpreting on both sides, but the way I understood staff's ask wasn't go through the BVCP and tell us absolutely everything you want to include. What I heard from staff was, to the extent, and we don't have to do it right now, I really like, and I'll suggest and drop down, I'm not trying to turn back to BVCP, but what I heard from staff was, what is it that you're anxious that we didn't include? Like, what is the missing thing that you want? And I understand that for some folks who perhaps feel understandably less familiar with the BVCP, and I certainly don't know it backward and forward as I wish I did, that can feel like, let's go through the whole thing and give a giant list of like all the things that have to be included or don't. But if it's going to be that comprehensive, then I kind of agree with Sarah, just keep the whole thing. If we're going to be that thorough, like fine, then we just keep the whole thing, whatever. But what I heard staff asking for wasn't that. It wasn't like every single last thing that we possibly want to keep in there. It was, if we have an answer, which we may not have, what did staff fail to incorporate and pull over that, you know, we hoped would be included? So, you know, which thing is missing for us? And I understand that it may be impossible to answer that question without time to dig into the BVCP, but I think there is a distinction there between combing through the entire document together as a group versus, you know, hey, we pulled some stuff out, you're saying it's not enough, what else did you want?
Okay, I can just give my 2 bits worth. I think that we just keep the on balance Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. And I don't see a need to start identifying within the comp plan which issues are explicitly to be considered. Anyway, that's my feedback to staff.
John, I concur. I think you've summarized it, or let's phrase it as a question. Do you think that the current language fulfills our requirements, or do you support the language that staff has proposed, or do you have some very specific feedback otherwise? I would vote, if the question was called with John, that the current language for me is what I would propose going forward with.
And Mark, when you say the current language, you mean what is in the site review criteria currently, not what's in the ordinance that staff are proposing?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not sure we're going to do a thumbs up, thumbs down on all of this, but staff can find out who feels strongly by who's talking.
John, can I suggest that we do a vote on 3 options? Option 1 is leave it the way it is currently written in the site review with the on balance, that on balance the project meets the BVCP goals and policies. That's option 1. Option 2 is to adopt to go with what staff have tried to do, which is to pull out the relevant sections for site review and be more specific so that it's more predictable and people know what standard they're being held to rather than it being the whole BVCP. That's option 2. And if you have feedback to give tonight, you give it tonight. That goes with option 2. And option 3 is to say, we are not ready to make a decision about this and we want more time to think about which sections of the BVCP might be relevant that are not included here. So stick with current language, go with staff's proposal and give feedback tonight about what's missing, ask for more time to think about what might be missing. Those would be my three options.
Let's do it. Let's vote for it. Let's go.
Okay. Option 1, keeping the existing on balance language. I see.
For how am I allowed to abstain if I genuinely don't care? I mean, I care, but like I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. Is that a valid vote?
We're not voting with
Well,
any
yeah, no,
substance.
yeah, it's not a proper motion.
Yeah.
It's just
Don't
a
count my
straw poll.
comments doing anything.
If you don't want to stick a thumb up, then don't. Okay. But my thumb is up. Is that George's? Is yours?
Yes.
ML, I can't see yours. No. Laura, no. Lisa, no. And I can't see Sarah's at the same.
Sarah's up. John, I think you have 4. You have Sarah, Mark, yourself, and George, and that's the majority. So
Okay.
majority want to leave it as the on balance.
Okay. All right. Shall we?
Hey, Laura, do we want to see
Do we
where you
want
and
to see,
ML
do
stand?
we want to see where the minority stands?
Yeah, I want to see where you and ML stand. Absolutely. If you stand-
Not enough time.
Not enough time.
I like the idea of whittling it down. I know the comp plan pretty well, and it is overwhelming. I think it would behoove the developers and the people who are coming to this review to have a sense of, okay, here are the areas. They still might be substantive, but here are the areas that we will be subject to. I think that that's a decent thing to do. So I say we need more time so that we can find those areas and come back with the specificity that people have been asking for. It hadn't occurred to me to whittle down Boulder Valley comp plan, but I think now that it's on the table, I think it's a logical thing to do.
Yeah, and I think it's just for the purpose of site review. Like, we're not willing down the
Exactly.
plan for every purpose, but we're just
Exactly.
saying these are the sections that should be applicable to site review. But clearly we're on the losing side of that, ML. I appreciate your
That's
comments.
not what staff has already done.
That
Yeah,
is
but-
what staff has already
But we don't
done,
agree.
but we think it's inadequate. Not to,
Okay.
that's a harsh word, but there are other things that I think that people would like to add. If that was going to be all, if that was the only thing we were allowed to reference from the comp plan, I think people would want to add some stuff. But it's okay. We're going to keep the on balance as the planning board's recommendation.
Okay. Okay, Carl, let's move ahead.
I just have one clarifying question. So if we were to move forward with just having the criterion with the on balance, does that mean that the board would want to see the housing diversity and energy conservation criteria removed, or should that remain?
I'd like them to stay.
Let's
think it
talk
should
about them
stay.
on the line by line.
Okay.
I think to jump around is too confusing, at
No,
least it is for me.
This is this is the area we are in right now, ML.
But did you just go past, or is this actually the next thing?
No,
It's the next thing,
Oh, so what was your question?
to keep it, or,
Oh, this C?
yeah.
Well, I think we skipped B. We haven't talked about B yet.
oh my God.
Right.
I have a
No.
comment. I have a comment about B. And I submitted this to Carl, and I think he said this is an easy change. So hopefully this will be quick. When it talks about subcommunity and area plans or design guidelines, it says that the project has to be consistent with the goals and objectives of the applicable plan and the intents of the guidelines. My point here is there is so much more to these subcommunity plans than just goals, objectives, and the intent of the guidelines. That leaves out, years worth of work for East Boulder subcommunity plan, because those things were done pretty quickly. There's a lot of specificity it leaves out. So my suggestion here was just to say the project is consistent with the applicable plan and guidelines. And Carl said that that would be a pretty easy fix, I think. Did I get that right, Carl?
Yes.
Does the rest of the board think that's okay?
I would be happy with that. Looks like a lot of thumbs. Let's see, I'm counting them. 1,
Oh,
2,
yeah, I don't have a problem.
3, 4. Lisa, I don't see yours. I don't know. Oh, yeah, 5.
It kind of sounds like the same thing to me. It just sounds.
I don't see it as substantively different, but if that's important, that's fine. It's shorter, which I like.
Yeah, that in itself is a good thing.
The goals and objectives of the East Boulder subcommunity plan are like a page, and the plan is like 100 pages of detail. So I would like a project to be consistent with the entire plan, including the land use maps and the FAR ratios and whatever else is in that plan that goes beyond the goals and objectives.
Well, do you want to put in the entire plan? Because what you proposed is not the entire plan.
It is. I said the project will be consistent with the applicable plan and guidelines. Just consistent with the plan and guidelines. And that includes everything that's in it.
You want to put the word in entire? Because those sound like two different things to me.
Are we wordsmithing tonight?
I don't know. I mean, what I read here
hope not.
isn't substantially
I
different
hope
from
not.
what Laura said, but if she's saying entire plan, to me, that sounds different than what she said. So that I'm just pointing that out because
Yeah.
I would not be comfortable with entire plan. I'm comfortable with the language as you said, and I also don't want to get into line by line words with things because I will leave at some point. I would be wary of that, not because because I don't understand, or I think I understand Laura's concern and what she's trying to put in there, and I'm happy with the language as proposed, but because the plan may stay static over time while things change around it. And I think that if we put in a word like entire or all or every or any kind of extreme language of that variety, that perhaps rather than getting to what I think is Laura's intent, that we lock ourselves into a situation where something might be impossible, you know, or against current law, or makes no sense. Something's been flooded and become a lake.
Lisa, I think you're right. All I was pointing out was what she said versus what's written here now. Like, I don't get the difference. But when she's used the word entire, that became a different thing to me. So,
So
if
what's
I'm going to
written
vote
here?
on changing the words, like, if we're not going to get into wordsmithing, then let's be honest with ourselves and say, how many people think what she proposed and what's here is basically the same thing? And do we really want to wordsmith it?
So Carl, would it be possible to edit in real time what I was saying? Because I'm not sure that it's coming across verbally. So the project is consistent with the applicable plan and guidelines.
I think we understand. I think it's a matter of semantics.
I'm not suggesting the word entire.
Because I think, and I'm not asking you to agree with me, Laura, and you can totally tell me you think I'm losing it, but I think for at least a couple of us, we feel like it's about the same. So I'm perfectly happy with your word change if you're fine with it, but I'd also like to move that for the interest of time and giving staff what they need, that subsequent to be that we try to take several steps back from wordsmithing and look more at overall intent and meaning, and not trying to get down to exact tone, because they'll be coming back to us with this anyway. We don't need to wordsmith right now.
So are we going to leave it as is then? Because it feels like wordsmithing to me.
I think it is a significant difference, George, to say,
Well,
because if you limit it, if you
let's hash it
narrow
out, because everyone else, I want to know who thinks it's wordsmithing and who thinks it's different, because we're going to go through this entire document. And if we're going to wordsmith this document to how people interpret the same thing,
Right.
it's a problem for me.
Let's
me
not
ask-
wordsmith.
think-
Let's not wordsmith.
I think we're giving Carl the feedback that he wants. We don't need to specifically move commas around or anything.
Right,
like that.
right.
And
Okay.
you know, as a reminder, what we talked about when we did East Boulder plan 2 weeks ago, it is an aspirational plan, and by definition, elements of it are going to change because the staff has to implement through many, 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 many layers. So just to suggest that it's somehow wrapped in amber now is just a misunderstanding of the process. So
I don't think that's what I'm suggesting. I'm just saying, if you are going to suggest consistency with a plan, then suggest consistency with a plan, not one page out of that plan, which is what the goals take up. The goals and objectives, like for the subcommunity plan for East Boulder, are like design quality and placemaking. We're going to have high quality design, and we're going to do housing diversity and affordability. It's extremely high level at the goals and objectives level. And like, why bother to do a 100-page subcommunity plan if the projects don't have to be consistent when somebody goes to build?
I think I just figured out, and then I'd like us to move on no matter what we decide. What the inconsistency here is. You are very close to this plan and know it super well. And so when you see that goals and objectives, you're picturing a single page. I'm interpreting this to mean the overarching intent and like content and whatever of this plan and whatever iterations it's currently in. So I'm not thinking like, oh, the little page that says goals and objectives. I'm like, yeah, like overall what it wants to be.
right.
Which is why to me, it doesn't feel like any difference.
Okay.
And Lisa,
Well,
I would say that that's typically how it's been interpreted over the years. And I think how staff looks at all of our adopted area plans as, you know, kind of an entire sum of its parts, and a collection of goals and policies. So I think that's how we typically looked at it.
So maybe the question is, and maybe it's up to Carl and Charles to say, are you getting enough feedback on this particular one, and can we move on? Because
I think we feel good about this one.
okay, let's move
I
on.
want to know, but hold on a second. I want to know why we're striking it still.
We're not striking it, we're just giving him feedback.
Yeah,
If
but I
somebody
know it's
doesn't like
stricken
it,
in the document now, the goals and
Oh.
objectives of the applicable plan, intents and guidelines. It's been
Okay.
stricken.
more feedback. Why is it stricken? Come back to us with that.
On.
I'm a taskmaster. I'm feeling like a taskmaster.
If staff feel that their interpretation of that is substantially the same, then I can live with it. To me, when I see this project is consistent with the goals and objectives and intents, to me, that is enough to drive a truck through.
Laura, you heard staff, and I feel like we're wordsmithing. And if we're going to do this on every single line, we're not going to make it.
I promise I will only talk about things that I think are significant. And if staff think this is not significant, I'm happy to move on.
Okay.
So Carl asked us a question, which is, does proposing going back to the way we've done things in terms of Boulder Valley Comp Plan mean getting rid of the A through G that he has proposed here? I would say, no, that's not at all what I'm trying to, I think what you have proposed here are important priorities, just not to the exclusion of perhaps everything else in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. So when you guys go back, from my perspective, when staff goes back to rework this section, I would like you to figure, it would be my hope that you'd come back to us with language that continues to incorporate these important priorities that advance goals the city has laid out without preventing us from looking at the other parts of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. That would be my take on section 1.
Sounds good.
That's well said.
When we get to the housing diversity and bedrooms types in section 1, I know that the language is much further down, but I just want to stick a flag in there because I have a few questions, but I just want to stick a flag in there.
So we're looking at number C.
I think ML, what I just put on the table and got some nods on, would like your input as well, is that what we ask staff to do is to come back with this section in a way that allows for both the elements that are already, that they've proposed here, without keeping us from looking at the rest of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. How they draft that language, what that looks like, they will take up, but it's a way of not losing these important priorities without, and also not losing access to the other elements of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan.
I have a comment on C that I think is important.
Okay.
I think, so my comment on C would be, I would suggest that we modify this so that all of the criteria are required, not just one of these 3. They each address a different part of the energy and carbon, and if there is one subject or topic that should always be number 1, it's climate action. You know, we have to take action where we have the opportunity to take action. The number 1 there, reduce embodied carbon. You know, the first one reduces embodied carbon in concrete. The second one reduces operational carbon, and the third one accounts for the entire life cycle. There are direct references to Boulder Valley Comp Plan, you know, looking for those kinds of things. And I think that there are areas in this where, if this is being done so that we can find community benefit and make that truly robust benefit to our community, to give these variances and these allowances, I think that we should not diminish the opportunity to put climate action in there in as comprehensive a way that we're capable. These are not difficult things to do. You know, reduce embodied carbon in concrete. That is not a difficult thing to do. I've got a little ADU that is 750 square feet. It's doing every single one of these, not because we're being mandated, because it's the right thing to do. It's time that we just say, you know, the buck stops here, folks. So I think that we have to look for, and this is why I really appreciated the community benefits intended goals or intended outcomes when they said resiliency and sustainability. If if we can't make that one of our number one priorities in community benefits, gosh, you know, if not now, when type of thing. We can't let these things go by. So I feel a little bit strongly about
Great. So
this is an opportunity. So I would just say that
you want energy, you want climate to be prioritized, and that's I think staff has heard you. I agree with you, and we'll see what they come back with. That's what I'm hearing you say. Okay.
Well, I'm saying that particular one on C, that I would like them to consider that they're all required.
Great.
So for every project that comes through site review, you would like them to have all three of these?
Yeah, like I say, I've got a 750 square foot ADU that's doing them. They are not an onerous, huge thing. It's new territory perhaps for some people, but it's not overwhelming. It just isn't. And they have a big impact.
Can I just remind everyone, we're not wordsmithing, we're conveying, what we'd like to see here. In order for us not to be here till 1 a.m, let's focus on conveying, giving guidance. And ML, your guidance was great, and I think we can move on.
Yeah,
I'm not ready to move on.
Wait to what ML said and concur with her that I feel the same way.
I think we need staff to come back and talk about feasibility here, because I do not know what is the feasibility of a 30,000 square foot building, every single one that comes through site review being all electrified, for example. There may be some buildings that will come back and say that they simply can't do that. Now, I know that alternative compliance is available, but I don't want us to be setting everybody up for that if there's a significant category of buildings that can't meet this. So I think it's fine to tell staff that at least some of us are interested in that. I don't know that we have 100% concurrence on that. I would like to hear more from staff about it.
Laura, if I can just remind you, they're going to come back to us with a revised ordinance. And at that point, we can have, I think raising the feasibility question is super important, but we don't need to answer that or give or vote on it until they come back to us with a revised ordinance. So your feasibility.
That's fine, Sarah, but they're asking to hear from us. And if we don't all agree with the same thing, or if we have other concerns we want them to think about.
Right. So raise the feasibility concern, and it's already 10 o'clock. Oh my God. We are on literally.
Sarah, you got somewhere to go?
Yes, not to 1 o'clock in the morning again.
Okay.
This is insane.
I think staff is.
I need to interject here because ML made a very specific proposal. And if someone wants to weigh in, we're giving guidance to staff with an alternative specific proposal, then I think that's just great. And not only is it great, it's critical, because if the only person that weighs in, ML has weighed in with a very specific proposal, and I concur with Laura that, wait a second, I don't understand the ramifications of this. And if staff is going to come away and say, planning board gave us guidance, that is not what has happened.
Yeah, good point. I think that's valid. Both points should be out there so staff sees we have these two, these two thoughts.
Okay, staff, do you need a thumbs count, or is that sufficient input for you to consider it and get back?
I think that's sufficient. I hear the viewpoints. We'll need to go back to our, climate initiative staff to talk about, applying this broadly and discuss the feasibility issue, and we can come back with their input.
Okay, I think that's useful. All right. Thank you, ML.
John, I have one for this one as well, if I may, before we move on. It is a different point, but about the same section. A suggestion was made that if this is onerous, to exempt any building that is meeting the inclusionary housing requirements on site for low, moderate, or middle income permanently affordable housing, exempt them from this provision. And I think that has some merit if we are worried about this becoming prohibitive for getting the kind of housing that we want. We are always having to balance doing what we think is good for design quality and for the environment with making sure that we have the kind of housing that we want, and making it more expensive doesn't, it goes against the grain of having low income and moderate income and middle income housing. So especially if we're going to require all three of these, I would want to know like what kind of costs we're talking about, and if it makes sense to exempt the buildings that meet the IH requirements on site.
Okay. Staff, you have input.
We can certainly consider that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Let's move.
So now is the D is the existing criterion that relates to community design at the city limits. So again, this is like largely the same language.
I have no comment. Anyone else?
I think this is okay.
Great.
And E relates to just enabling landmark staff to evaluate any projects that are potentially eligible and make recommendations for landmarking.
I just want to understand, if present, the project protects significant. So the meaning or the value of the word significant historic and cultural resources as determined by planning department staff, historic preservation board, who would make that subjective judgment of significant?
For this particular finding, it would ultimately be the decision maker on the site review. So it could be you or council if council calls it up, or staff if it's a staff decision.
Okay, thank you.
On that, I just have a question. Is there any point adding historic, cultural, and say environmental or biological resources?
I think that would maybe more fall under the environmental preservation criterion.
Okay, as long as it's covered somewhere.
Yeah. All right, so housing diversity.
Does anyone have comments on housing diversity?
I don't have any.
I do. Sorry, I thought my mute was off. Under Roman numeral 1, for lots and parcels of 5 acres or less, at least one qualifying housing type shall be provided. I'm wondering why. I would like to propose staff consider 2 qualifying housing types so that we don't end up with a building that's nothing but efficiencies. That was my concern about that.
Is there agreement from other board members?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable concern.
But what if they just want to do townhouses, right? They have to have townhouses and another housing type?
Then figure out a way to add an element that says it can't have a all efficiency building or all micro units building or something. We need this. Anyways, that's that's something I'd like staff to look into.
And Sarah, what's the reason why you don't want a development of all efficiency units?
Because we need more housing we need more diverse housing. We have lots and lots and lots of 1-bedroom and efficiency units already. We're going to keep having them. They're always going to be included into large developments, but we need to make sure that we have as much diverse housing as possible.
Thank you.
I'm opposed to changing this, just as my input to staff.
I think Sarah's concern is reasonable. I think staff should consider that carefully.
So the idea is that if it's going to be one qualifying housing type, it can't be efficiency, but it could be any other qualifying housing type. Could be a
I'm saying I'd
monoculture.
like 5 acres is a lot of land. So that could be a very big building. I'm suggesting that staff look at two qualifying housing types in a development of that size. Or maybe the solution, maybe the way to look at it is make an option for a parcel that's small, that's 2 acres, that could be only one qualifying housing type. I just don't think you want any one large scale development that has only one housing type if it's going to be efficiency. So that's my concern. So figuring out how to make sure you don't have a building of nothing but efficiencies. That's my concern.
I agree with that. And I'm just thinking back to all the projects that we've seen come through recently. And I think we all are interested in more missing middle. And I think when we see it can, I don't know about the developer performance, and I'm not going to dig into it, but there are times when they have reasons why they just want to get as many possible units in as they can, as small as possible. And we have a lot of apartments. We see a lot of apartments come up. It's very, very common. And what I don't see are duplexes, row houses, townhomes, small houses, cottages, little tiny ranches that a number of people could live in, whatever. That doesn't show up. It's luxury and apartment and luxury and apartment and luxury and apartment. So I agree. I'd like staff to just explore that. I don't know what the answer is. I think, we're asking for some help. But I agree with that.
I also concur.
I'm fine with staff taking a look at that. I do think that it's going to get complicated just because the qualifying housing types are duplexes, attached dwelling units, townhouses, or ELUs. And so are you going to have a complex that's ELUs and duplexes? Like, I don't understand exactly how staff would do that. I trust to their creativity, but I'm just pointing this out as a potential complication.
Fair enough. Okay, let's keep going.
All right, so the next one is environmental preservation. This is pretty much an existing criterion that allows for preservation. And the second one is similar to a criterion that we have about cutting or minimizing cut and fill on properties. We've made the language a little more descriptive to understand the extent. So are there any comments on this?
I do. I have a comment. I'm just wondering on GI, why are trees omitted?
We omitted it because it's already listed in the landscape criteria. So just in the efforts of trying to remove the redundancy in the criteria, we felt it was handled under the landscaping section.
Are these other parts handled under the landscaping section as well?
Not these particular features.
So it's a pretty precise little list there.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any need for changes there.
All right, so now we're going into site design. So the first section of that is access, transportation, and mobility.
I have a couple thoughts. The first is on small number 1, where no adopted plan applies, good faith coordination with adjacent property owners. This may already be in there, but I feel like we got to make sure staff is part of that discussion, and maybe staff already is, but I just didn't know if it's already an implied staff participation.
That's an excellent point. Didn't think of that myself, but it sure is meaningful.
So do you mean that staff might identify an opportunity for connection and then have the applicant reach out to the neighbor? Is that what you're suggesting?
Whatever you all think would be the right way for staff to engage, just so that, because staff represents city interests. and property owners represent property owner interests. And I think it would just be important to make sure that city interests are part of the discussion about taking steps for where there are no adopted plans, right? I just think that would be valuable. And I think you guys may already do that, but I just think it might be a helpful facilitation step.
I would support that.
I mean, I just don't think we're always going to have a Bill Holicky who's willing to do what they did at Diagonal Plaza.
Okay.
And then I have another on small Roman numeral 4. This is about streets, bikeways, and pedestrian ways. This isn't so much about the language, but to bring up something that Harlan and I have talked about used to talk about and still talk about, which is the possibility of wider sidewalks. And I don't know, I just want to put that out there for you all to think about. I don't know whether it goes into site review or into other elements of the land use code or into design and construction, but I do think the more we are encouraging pedestrian and bicycle use, the more we want to have wider sidewalks than we have in a lot of parts of town.
I think a lot of that is handled in the design and construction standards, but it doesn't, this particular criterion enables us to work with the applicant to be like, you know, this is a spine that goes through the site that would have bicycle traffic. It might make sense to widen it for safety reasons, and this criterion would make sense to apply for that.
Awesome. If there's a way you could do that, that'd be great. And if not, totally understand.
So I have a question regarding little Roman numeral 5, design of vehicular circulation and parking areas. We address vehicular circulation and parking areas. We don't address the number of curb cuts and access. I'm wondering, should this be addressed in the DCS? This whole section, or where do we make the distinction of what we address in the site review criteria versus the DCS?
There's actually a site access section of the city's development standards that speaks to access points and curb cuts. So it does have pretty specific requirements of when a property gets redeveloped and has to take access from a lower category street, and when a curb cut would need to be sealed up. But it does enable applicants to ask for flexibility from those standards through the site review process. Obviously, then we would be using these criteria.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. It's almost 10 o'clock. I think we should take a 5-minute break and see if we're fresher in 5 minutes.
Thank you, John. Welcome back, John.
Yeah, man, this is going to be another long evening here. Sorry about that.
I mean, it's an important task in front of us. It's a long document, very complicated, lots of stuff to talk about.
And it actually means something too.
It's so meaningful.
I'm talking to you, Laura, and you can't hear me.
Oh, I'm sorry, ML. What's up?
I was muted. I was saying, when are you going to put your moon background on, or snow, or
Oh, okay.
middle of the night? You're still. It still looks like the evening is young.
Oh, let's do. I think the only one I have that's nighttime does have snow. There you go.
Lovely.
That one's actually a morning. Actually, that's a moonrise in the morning.
Oh, yeah. I love that your environment changes.
I don't know. It makes me happy. It's the little things.
All right, I think we're all back here. Looks like Mark is philosophizing there. So, okay.
Just studying the code. I'm
Okay. Well, let's. We made some decent progress there.
Oh, there's Carl.
Welcome back, Carl. Thanks for your endurance.
Yeah.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah. All right, now we're on open space. So, like I said, a lot of this section has largely been updated with more descriptive language about how to meet the intent of the code. I think the biggest changes are the one related to the courtyard requirements and the 50 dwelling units requirement for the active recreation.
Carl, there's just in small Roman numeral 3, there's just it's a typo. You have minimum dimension of at least 20 feet. That's not a dimension, that's just a length. I think you're just missing something in there.
I mean, this is taken from existing language in our open space standards. So I think it's just making sure that, well, we can take a look at that.
Yeah, it just didn't make any sense as a length. So
Yeah.
whatever you need to do to.
I have a comment on that same area, number B, Roman numeral 3, B, small b. I'm wondering, what is the purpose of so much specificity? What are you trying to get at with that? The rest of the code seems to be written in a broader. Well, there might be some specifics up high, but that one is just like you're talking about specific materials that are being proposed. You're talking about color, that they should be a color. I mean, why? Anyway, that's my comment. Is I don't understand it. Why should they be of decorative color or texture? What does that have to do with open? I don't know. So I don't know if it needs more explaining, but that's one of my concerns. The other is kind of a broad one with open space. Is this the place, or where would a pervious ground requirement come into play? Or is that in there somewhere?
We don't have a pervious ground limitation. We have lot coverage limitations in certain zones, but it's not broadly regulated. We just have the minimum open space requirements.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I bring it up again in and maybe it's in another section where I talk about parking. If the parking gets reduced, does that land then go to a higher purpose for environmental reasons such as pervious ground? It seems like pervious ground might be in here somewhere, and I don't know where.
Laura has her hand up.
Mark, did you want to colloquy on what ML was just talking about?
No,
No, okay. So I have one on open space that may or may not be appropriate, so feel free to shoot this down if it's not. But I was concerned, we had a project recently where there was an area that was designed to meet the open space requirement for the whole project, but was only available to some of the project residents, not all. And I don't know if there's a way to put it into the code that if it counts towards open space for the whole project, it has to be open to the users, all of the users, not just a subset.
Ooh, that's something I could support very happily.
I know that there's a certain amount of like private balconies and stuff that are allowed that are attached to individual units, but beyond that, it was a little, I mean, and I understand for that particular project, there was a reason, a very good reason that goes over my pay grade, but I would not like to see that become a habit in the future.
I mean, I think we've always interpreted that these standards would apply to all the users of the site. It states that at the beginning, but I'm not sure of that particular scenario.
If we could just somehow specify that, because that has always been my interpretation for the whole month and a half I've been on planning board, but we had a project come through that subverted that. And again, there were reasons, and happy to talk about it offline, but I don't think that, I'm not trying to talk about that particular project. I just, in the future, going forward, it seems like if it counts towards open space for the whole project, it should be accessible to everybody in the project.
so I just want to make a quick comment on that, Laura, that while my immediate response was, yeah, thumbs up, of course, you know, that's what's equitable. Yet using the project you're referring to as an example, it was the on-site inclusionary housing and BHP that did not want that versus it was not. Anyway, I just wonder if we would be potentially limiting of the types of amenities and open space should BHP have an on-site component and not want to share in, for whatever reasons, the economics, security, whatever it might be, they don't want to share in a particular amenity.
Yeah, maybe it's a broader conversation that needs to be had, so that there is a thoughtful consideration of all of the aspects.
Okay.
But I do think that yeah.
Well, maybe it's worded somewhere in there that striving for that. Again, going back to the prescriptive versus guidance, but anyway.
I mean,
Yes, in fact, there have been other projects where similar issues came up, 3 and 4 years ago. And I think Laura's point is excellent. We don't know the reasons why certain parties agree or disagree on that issue. There may be other contractual relationships that we don't know about between various parties. But I agree with that comment that the open space should be available to all of the participants, all of the residents in projects.
I'm also very supportive of that. I think that that goes core to equity in our community, and it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it. When you talk to developers, then I know the reasons why, and they're not pretty. So I'm supportive of that.
Okay. I have one comment on 3E. 1 tree per 1,000 square feet of space seems few. A doubling of that seems plausible.
I'm with you there, Mark.
Me too.
I'm open to that. I'm trying to imagine if you know, we're worried about planting trees in the middle of playing fields of some kind, that would be a problem. But staff can take a look at that and consider it.
Okay.
Are we still on B, or is that on
Yeah.
B, Mark?
That was, yes,
Okay.
B3E.
God, oh, yeah, I see it on the screen. I just couldn't find the bigger context. Thanks. Yeah. It is a curious visual. Trees don't like to be alone.
Anything else on open space?
I have a question on C, and it's a question. Why don't we require a use of gray water in landscaping? We still use potable water, which has a big environmental footprint. Is there some reason why gray water isn't on the table?
Yeah, I can respond to that. There are legal reasons for that. We've explored allowing the use of gray water under building code requirements and have not gone that route due to limitations under the water rights that the city has. So that was advice that came from our water law attorney, and the city hasn't implemented any gray water requirements or even allowance at this point in time because of those concerns.
So the state changed out its water use, and even with that shift, gray water is still not a good choice for landscaping?
It's not a good choice. I think it's the legal decrees for the water that the city owns where the concerns lie, that limit how the water can be used.
Yeah, I can say I deal with these issues professionally, and Hella is correct. It's a lot more complicated than one might think.
Every drop is over allocated to oblivion and beyond.
Right. But it just goes, this would give it a second life. Gray water is a good, well.
Oh, I agree with you. If I could wave a magic wand, I'd do it, but.
So there's no way.
It's water lawyers.
No offense, John.
He probably took it as a compliment.
Yeah, I mean, I agree it would be great. It's just there are messy legal issues associated with it.
Anything else on landscaping?
Okay.
All right, so public realm.
Well, I'm just going to go on record for D, and then that next section 3, building design, that I think there is an unnecessary amount of prescriptive burden put into the process, and I understand why. I understand that you're trying to have control over an outcome, but truth is overly prescribing design criteria does not result in a better building or better aesthetics, or it just doesn't. So I am going to be opposing many of the prescriptive directives for design, because I think what we want is a performance outcome. And you don't do that by telling somebody how their windows sit or what kind of materials. You do that by putting parameters in that say a building needs to function in an environmentally sustainable and resilient manner, and then describe that. Because that's ultimately our goal as a city. That is community benefit. To have a building with inset windows and lines that articulate, that's subjective, and I don't see how that can fall under a broad community benefit when what looks good to somebody does not necessarily look good to somebody else. However, when a building functions well with its environment, those kind of buildings tend to actually be a benefit when they produce shade, when they cool the area, when they enable inside-outside relationships. There's a whole host of design tools that good designers know how to use to achieve performance-based buildings. So I will be speaking out about the prescriptive nature of this ordinance, just because it does not meet the goal. I do not believe that it meets the goal, and in fact, I'm not sure that it meets the Boulder Valley Comp Plan directives of a sustainable and resilient building. So we don't have to go in bit by bit, and I just want to put it out there because it's going to come up on D, and then when we get to number 3, A, B, and C as well.
Hey, ML, can I ask you, because your experience is really valuable here. I guess, can I ask you how something in your mind could be written in a way that could be somewhat prescriptive, or maybe it can't be. I don't want to put words in your mouth, of how you would look at it, where it would get the outcome that we want and still provide a roadmap.
I looked at the number 5, which right now it's currently called alternate compliance. And I would rewrite that section to be the actual compliance path. And the language that I put there now is the purpose of site review is to allow flexibility and encourage innovation in land use development, which is the title to this whole section, right? The following shall be met, referring to specific BVC policy and substantiated with clear metrics. So and I think as we define the Boulder Valley Comp Plan policies that would be relevant here, it would give people, okay, I am going to meet this Boulder Valley Comp Plan, or these, handful, however we articulate that, in this regard, and here will be the way you measure that. And, we don't give enough credit to the professions that work in this arena. This is what architects are trained to do. This is what planners are trained to do. And if they are given the opportunity to use their skill and knowledge and to apply it to a higher purpose, which in this case is sustainable and resilient, we will in fact see some pretty remarkable buildings. That is a possibility. Whereas prescribing, this is the way.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to clarify. To me, that sounds like, being a planning board member for the past year, that sounds like the current site review criteria already. Unless I'm hearing you differently.
I don't think.
Fine. I'm just trying to make it succinct as to what you're trying to get across.
What I'm trying to get across is that we hold the buildings accountable to articulated BVC policies that have to do with sustainability and resilience, and that we require some metrics to support that. So we're asking for performance-based. We're asking them to perform in a particular way rather than to prescribe an aesthetic. It's like a facade, right? Prescribing an aesthetic is a two-dimensional thing. It's the way the building looks. It's not the way the building functions. Whereas if we look for accountability at a performance base, I think we start to shift the needle. We're not going to get the same problems that we've been getting over and over and over again, because there's no way to justify that stuff with performance.
I don't mean to be going one-on-one back and forth, but I'm just trying. Can that, it is what you're talking about, the energy code?
No, it's not. You know, the thing with energy code is if you don't have these holistic, overarching considerations that include form, they include material, they include site, as well as building systems and building assembly, which is primarily, right, energy codes, building systems and building assembly. These other bigger components of a building need to be pursuing sustainability and resilient goals from the very beginning. You can't come back afterward and say, okay, now I'm going to go meet the building energy codes, and I think I will now add this, that, or the other. You can't do that. If you're going to ask for a building to perform relative to some sustainable and resiliency standards, that is a holistic approach. And it is a design problem, right? You are going to ask of the design community to step up.
ML, are there specific areas in D, we haven't gone down to 3 yet, that trouble you, or are we getting down into 3?
I don't understand you. This D, public realm and building locations?
Yes.
I think if my take on the prescriptive design directives, they don't belong in a zoning code. They belong in design guidelines. So
Okay.
first off, this is the wrong place for them. So my thought is, let's not have them. Instead, let's define a way to achieve the ultimate goal. And if our ultimate goal is going to be driven by Boulder Valley Comp Plan, by we want sustainable and resilient buildings and community, well, let's do that. Let's state that.
So are there edits to D that you want to suggest? Or I think staff has heard your general feedback.
Right.
Can I just interject that I'm not sure that we all agree that the only goal that matters is sustainability and resilience. I think that those things are important, but the Boulder Valley Comp Plan also talks about design quality and placemaking. And it specifically says, I'm going to quote from the BVCP, Boulder's outward expansion is limited, and the inward redevelopment and infill that occurs make high quality public places and building design critical.
Yes.
And when we did East Boulder, this was one of the 5 main goal areas, was design quality and placemaking. So I understand wanting to judge a building by its ability to perform rather than how pretty it is. But I do think that what the buildings look like matter to a lot of the members of our community. And it is in our BVCP that we want our places to look a certain way. We want them to have high quality design, high quality materials. And that's what I think this section of the code was meant to do. And I agree with you. I don't think it should be this prescriptive, but I think we were on the losing side of that vote. So I don't think it's fair to ask the planning board to keep talking about it. at least that point about the prescriptive nature of these elements. Like if there are other elements that you think are missing, I think that's fair game. But I think, you know, saying that things should be less prescriptive, I think we already kind of lost that one.
I was responding to people's questions. So if there are no more questions of my thought here, that we revisit this whole thing in the language that I put forth that has more to do with where we called it alternative compliance, and we rewrite that so that the compliance is different. And I actually think that a performance-based criteria will get us closer to the goals of the Boulder Valley Comp Plan. I think, to me, that's the driving document. And I love the idea that we're going to articulate which parts of the comp plan we want to hold ourselves accountable to, and maybe that'll help flesh this out. But I do recognize that we have been going down this path of trying to figure out why are we getting the kinds of buildings that we're getting that we're not happy with on so many scales. And I don't think that putting a prescriptive layer into our code is the means to that end. I agree that there is a problem. I disagree with the solution. I don't know that there is any evidence that shows that putting these kinds of things in place, and I think somebody asked, putting these things in place actually gives an outcome that is going to meet somebody's idea of this is aesthetically pleasing or not. I think, Carl, you were asked at the beginning, did you do any precedent studies and, you know, about these kinds of things? And I think the answer was no, not really. And I don't know that there are really any that show this particular phenomenon. So I don't know that there's evidence to support this direction. And I think if I read the public comments and I saw what both my profession and other professionals in the development world had to say, these requirements have a heavy burden, and I don't think that they will get us. And from the comments, I think a lot of people agree, this is not the path to solve the problem that we're trying to solve. So I would just suggest, you know, find some precedents at the very least to support that these will get us there, because I don't think they will.
So ML, how would performance standards look?
I would defer performance standards to point to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan criteria that we determine is going to be guiding this process, because I do believe that, I mean, I could point to some now, but that's not what I'm going to do. I think that is one place where that could be referred to and say, okay, here are the performance basis to get us to this, and this, and here are the metrics that will do that. Building science is a pretty robust component of construction these days, and it has been ever since green buildings, you know, came on board 3 decades ago. So building science is not, it's common, it's there. Everybody knows how to use these tools. It would not be I think what it would do is it would do exactly what this section is trying to do, which is give people an opportunity to get something that they're trying to get and bring something innovative to the table. It's going to free up the design community to do their job.
Hello, this is David from Planning and Development Services. If I might sum up, it sounds to me, ML, like what you're trying to get at is that the standards in this section of the code are overly prescriptive, that we need to have more of a performance-based approach and to add some level of flexibility based on context in terms of what we bring back to the board. Is that kind of, I don't mean to oversimplify it, but
No, it's beautiful.
Is that kind of where you're trying to get at?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you got it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
John, I have going from the macro to the micro.
Go
Here,
ahead.
D2, no building along the public realm shall have less than one defined entry for every 75 feet of frontage as described in subparagraph 1. I believe that's the paragraph directly above it. The word frontage, if I'm building a large industrial light manufacturing building, frontage only refers to the area of the building that faces the street. Is that correct?
Well, it would be any frontage that is on what we define as public realm in the first paragraph. In most cases, it'll be a street.
Okay. And is it just an entry? I mean, i.e. a door. You know, if a developer took this to the minimal standard, I'm envisioning 100-foot long wall that has a door in it that they place there to meet the prescription of this code, which doesn't really have a function and is unadorned, and you know, it's just one of those things. It's like, yeah, they met the code, and in fact, the wall, as ugly as it might have been, 100-foot long, uninterrupted along the side of the building, it wouldn't have looked as weird as it would for that person to have plopped a door in that wall.
I mean, if you're concerned that it's going to look like a nondescript door, I think that's what the paragraph 1 is trying to get at, in that it needs to be emphasized.
Right. And I've seen doors like that with a little awning over it that, again, anyway, this is one where depending upon the building type and what is considered public realm and frontage, this is one that I find, I understand the intent, got it, but it seems like it could be both abused and in fact, in a certain circumstance, actually be detrimental. So that's my input on D2 and 1.
So Mark, that sounds great. And if I can kind of play it back to you for kind of staff feedback, it kind of sounds like what I'm hearing you say is that this may be a generally good design standard, but it's not a good design standard in all instances, and that we need to kind of figure out what the flexibility is associated with kind of how it would be applied in different contexts.
Yes, David,
okay.
That's excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Okay. Shall we?
John, can I go real quick?
Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up, I think this is one of the areas that we voted on sort of just impromptu at the beginning, prescriptive versus non-prescriptive. And I'm still in the bucket of, I do not think this is too prescriptive. I want to acknowledge some of what ML was saying around sustainability and energy. But I also want to put out my position that I think what staff has developed here, while it may not be perfect, I think it makes overall a lot of sense to me. But I also want to acknowledge what ML said in regards to sustainability and performance. I just don't know that, to me, that belongs here, but belongs more sort of in environmental energy parameters. So just putting it out there. You can summarize it however you want.
Okay.
Anything else on this section?
Progress. Let's
All right,
move.
so the mighty one, building design. Let's get down.
Yeah, my comments go through building design, ABC. I don't think we need that level of prescription at all. And actually some of them, like small 4 and 5, those are already proposed elsewhere. So they're kind of redundant in any case, but my comments before apply to this and to the next section of building design. A majority of number 4 as well, although there's some specificity, but I don't need to get into that. When we get to number 4, I do have an addition.
Anything on 1 and 2?
So just as if I could, ML, so just in terms of 1 and 2, it's a similar comment as to what you were making before of these are overly specific to general, as general standards, and that they need to be more context specific. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I think that they read more like design guidelines, and so if that's what you mean by context specific, and oftentimes you will have design guidelines in the context, but they're not in a zoning code. So that would be my differentiation. It's not like they're not valid anywhere. They just, this is not the place for that level of prescription.
Okay, thank you. We can certainly look at that.
Thank you, David.
Looks like Laura Kaplan has a comment.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. I think there are a couple places where you have made some exceptions for single family homes, duplexes, townhouses, mobile home parks, for example, in A2. And I made a general comment about this prior to the meeting in my written comments, but I would, you're making an exemption for smaller projects so that these prescriptive requirements are not a deterrent to smaller projects. And I support that 100%. And my comment is to expand the kinds of units that you include in these exemptions. And I would peg it to the definition of core missing middle housing that's in Parolik's book, Missing Middle Housing. It talks about other kinds of plexes like triplexes, quadplexes, small cottage courts, that kind of thing that he defines as missing middle. And I think if you're going to be making exemptions to try to not dissuade small projects, that you should peg it to that definition of core missing middle housing.
Thank you, Laura. I'll just ping Carl here if he has any clarifying questions to understand your comment.
I have Laura's notes and the name, so I'll refer to that and look
Great,
at the definition.
Okay, thank you.
It's on page 10 in the book.
Page 10. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, John's holding it up there.
Yeah. So it looks like, Mark, you have some comments on this section?
I just needed to lower my hand, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
Well,
I'm sorry,
turn it back over to John.
I just want to specify that that comment goes to every place that you make exemptions in these standards for those smaller units.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you're doing a nice job, Dave.
Sorry, yeah,
Happy if you
I know
just
it's your
continue.
job, John. So my apologies if I'm getting out of place.
I'm happy you did. All right, let's just crawl on through here and see where folks have comments.
So Carl, would you mind directing the board to the next place where you would like comments?
I think it'd be interesting to comment on the noise criterion, since that's come up a couple times tonight.
So I have a clarification. Has this recently, so we're talking about small Roman numeral 4. Is this much more specific than it was in some prior draft?
It's a little bit more specific in that we changed who the acoustic consultant would be, and that was on the advice of an acoustic consultant about what standards they use, and we did apply a standard that is applied by the Federal Housing and Urban Development Department. So we worked with them. It sounds like it's a pretty well-known standard, and we thought that that would work better if it was better known.
And I think, can I just also, Carl, didn't you also make this specific to residential uses? Because some of the early public comments thought that it applied to all uses and all types of buildings.
We did, yes.
So would a using the tools, using available tools and reference materials, as a developer, could I produce a design by using specific elements, 2x6 construction with this type of insulation and 3 inches of separation between panes of glass and triple pane? Could I do something? Could I produce a design that did not require an acoustical study, or no matter what I do, if I follow the guidebook, etc., I still have to go and get a study done of my design?
I think it's possible to do a certain type of wall design in an area that's subject to this. But I think the way we do have it written here is that we would need some sort of confirming letter from an expert that that would work, unless we specifically prescribe what that wall construction would have to be in these areas.
So Carl, would it be fair to say that there are or will be understood to be standards of practice that, whether it's tomorrow or 3 weeks from now, that would be understood to meet this standard?
I mean, I think we could work with our building code folks and find out what kind of wall would be the best case scenario here, and we could supplement that instead of a study.
Okay, so it is possible, kind of to Mark's point, that that we, at least maybe not the first day, but over time, that we could kind of come up with standard approaches to meeting the standard without requiring a lot of expense of people who are trying to meet the standard?
I think we could.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David.
Laura.
Oh, no, I was just giving a thumbs up. My next one is on
Oh.
page 47.
Okay.
I'll keep scrolling. If anybody sees anything that they want to bring up, let me know.
Yep.
And Carl, also, I would say feel free to raise issues that you think that the board may want to direct their attention to as you're going through this.
Okay.
So maybe this is a good time for me to bring up my general proposal that I brought up at the beginning, that I understand that we lost the vote on prescriptive versus generality here, but would the board be interested in having DAB take a look at these very specific building criteria, building characteristics, and weighing in on whether they think they are generally applicable to site review situations across the city, or if they would have any concerns with that, since they are our architectural design experts in the city.
And before the board weighs in on that, Carl, I assume that we would be amenable to just doing that. Is there anything that I'm not thinking of?
We certainly can do that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and as we adopt standards like these, there is kind of oftentimes an initial learning period, and then the learning becomes kind of the standard. You know, once we get through that learning phase, it becomes part of the standard. But I think that we could just commit to that.
That would be great. Thank you, David. I think that the DAB would have really good advice on which of these they think are very broadly applicable, and if they have any concerns in any, use types or case types that maybe don't spring immediately to mind, unless you're working with this day in, day out.
Yeah.
And I apologize, guys, but I will need to leave in about 12 minutes. I have a job interview at 7 a.m. tomorrow.
Whoa.
Oh.
You got 8 or 9 hours left before that.
I know. I want to get a little sleep in there somewhere.
Okay. So you don't need anything from us to take it to DAB then, David? And
No, we'll just do it.
Okay. Well, thank you, Laura. I think I agree that that's a good idea.
Thank you.
So
Can
this
we
is
ask
something-
Lisa? Can we ask Lisa if she has anything that she wanted to bring forward before she has to leave?
Oh, go ahead.
Would that be
Yeah.
okay, John?
Sure. Lisa, any thoughts?
Specific, I think a lot of stuff's getting touched on by other folks, so I don't really feel the need to get super in depth on it. I also think this is going to come back to us, and I will have the opportunity to say more. If I realize that there's something that I'm really fired up about, I can always email staff, but not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and Laura, Lisa, we would encourage that and appreciate it. So thank you.
So this is something that's come up a number of times tonight, is the recessed windows requirement. So the offset of the window from the adjacent surface material or adjacent trim. Any concerns about that?
Well, this is a very specific issue that I defer to staff, and DAB and ML probably has some thoughts about that too. But I agree that recessed windows seem more attractive to me, but I don't have a sense of the practical aspects or the technical aspects associated with that.
It might be useful, and not now because it's already so late. And I don't know the best way to share it, staff I'm sure knows, but to look back to some of the presentations that were quite a while ago. But I know, Carl, you did a pretty extensive presentation in which you showed the past iteration of the planning board. Kind of, and ML, I think you'll have strong feelings about it, and I understand where they're coming from, but you kind of showed what had been happening and kind of the effect of not having some of these codes, and then
Right.
way that led to some of these. And I think some of our planning board members may or may not have watched that as audience members, but weren't present as planning board members. So I don't know how in depth we have to get on it now, but I just wonder if that might be an interesting thing to read back into the record or send around or something. to help inform why some of this, was created. I just remember pictures of sad little, we saw some of it, I think, repeated today, but I think the whole thing might be useful to show again.
Okay, sure.
Just for the record, I did go back and watch that presentation, and it was very informative and well done. You're right, Lisa.
So is this one of those issues where it's more context oriented? I know that there's a rhythm of windows where recessed windows make a lot of sense. And then there are things like, dare I say, the East Boulder subcommunity plan, where there's a lot of buildings where they're not recessed. So is there a context issue or anything that we should be thinking about?
I think what you talked about, which was, in general, I think what you heard from us at the beginning was, at least the majority of us, was generally these prescriptive things are fine with us to go forward. And I think to Laura's point, right, getting some feedback from DAB just to make sure that they also agree on sort of the aesthetic side is not a bad call. I think it gets planning board a little bit deep into the weeds. And I think, at least from my perspective, I got to trust staff and trust the process that we've gotten here so far.
Okay, that makes sense to me. So it just that this would be one of the issues that we would try to focus with DAB on, in terms of like, what's the appropriate standard and where is that standard appropriately to be applied?
I would like to weigh in. I think it would be very useful if there could be some evidence that these kinds of codes actually lead to a shift in the building results. I don't know of any study or anything, but it seems like this is a big load to put on to the people wanting, to enter into this process. And if we don't have any evidence that shows that these actually get us somewhere, you kind of makes you wonder. It's like, okay, we tried this, that didn't work, now let's try this. If there would be any way to bring some evidence to these things make a difference, people have changed the codes and we've seen these results, I think that would be very useful, so that we're not talking about, I like this and you like that, but more just like a city changed its public face by putting in new codes.
Yeah, no, I think I get that. And from my perspective, and for whatever it's worth, I don't get the vote, but from my perspective, this issue is really one of aesthetics as opposed to functionality. And I think that what would help staff is for either the board or DAB to help us sort out that aesthetic issue.
Yeah.
And to me, I think staff has brought forward evidence, maybe a little strong, but they've brought forward, sort of things that have been designed with EFIS and flush windows and things like that, and as the types of things that they're trying to avoid with a codification of something like this. And so for me, I think from the people that I've heard from in the community, I think what they're trying to do here and codify makes sense. So I'll put that out as a proponent of trying to put something in that's prescriptive, that gets us out of at least stuff that we know we don't want, right?
Okay. No, I appreciate that. And, I just also want to acknowledge that it's a value judgment, and we value the board's opinion when it comes to making those kind of value judgments.
I'll just say for me, I feel like aesthetics in architecture change over time, just like they do in clothing. And you can see, you know, you can identify buildings by the decade, by the kinds of materials they're made out of and the kind of aesthetic that they put forward. And so if anybody's going to help codify what is the aesthetic of now, like what's a good looking building right now that most people respond positively to, I think it's DAB. And so I'm really happy that you are willing to take it to DAB and get their opinion about whether these things, to what extent these things are very, very broadly applicable and to what extent they should be more localized in area plans and that kind of thing.
Okay, that's very clear. Thank you. And I hope you're not taking aesthetic judgments on the color of the shirt I chose to wear tonight.
No, I love it.
I noticed it and I thought that's an unusual color and it looks very nice on David.
Okay.
All right, balconies, anything on that?
Yep.
Looks like Mark has
Yep.
his hand up for a comment.
Just real
on-
quick, the minimum depth requirement and the amount of perimeter abutting exterior wall. I have experienced in old Italian or Spanish European cities, the balcony that really serves as a guardrail for a set of doors that opens to the outside, where a deep balcony due to street width or whatever really wouldn't have been applicable. And so I'm not advocating that we have a stucco building with a fake Italian balcony tacked onto it. But the way I read this, that sort of thing, even if it was designed properly and aesthetically, was kind of part of that whole, shallow balcony, which is really functioning as a big window that's operable, that would entirely be prohibited by this section of the code. Yes?
It would, unless they sought alternative compliance. And again, this is applicable to larger projects that have attached dwellings in them.
I would suggest, Mark, that what you're talking about is the difference between performance-based design. The Italian or French things they were totally about performance, right? The doors had to fit, they had to open out, and they were designed to function. So it's all about how you're going to use the space versus, okay, these are just some parameters that have nothing to do with how you're going to use the space or the ability for the building to breathe, which is, the balconies where the things. So that's thank you for bringing it up. That's a very clear example of the difference between the two ways of approaching the very same phenomenon. One, you end up with something that is brilliantly useful, and the other, you end up with something that has a particular aesthetic for the sole purpose of having a specific aesthetic.
So I'll just say I find this to be, I understand the intent here. I find it to be too prescriptive in the sense of what I just described. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no, that is a great comment, and it will be one of the issues that we will highlight for DAB to help us kind of work through what the appropriate standard is.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anything else on?
Just for the sake of clarity, I think Mark makes a good point. I get the objective of this prescription, but the degree of prescription may be excessive here. So.
Yep.
Okay. The building detailing section, that's where the expression lines are. So I talked about that in the presentation. So it's just that 2-inch horizontal offset of material just to create that shadow line. So it's either between the bottom floor and the floor above, or with a parapet building within 3 feet of the parapet. Are there concerns about this section?
Yeah, this is one of the ones that is just like, why do we need that? But you've heard me say that.
And I don't understand it, but I don't understand modern architectural aesthetics, so I'm happy to kick it to Dad.
Okay. So the next section is the building design massing and height requirements. These are the criteria that apply to any buildings that are basically going for a height modification for a 4th or 5th story. So there are additional expression line criteria here. And this is where we get into the massing. The maximum building length of 150, or if you have a building over 120 feet in length along a public street, that trying to create different building modules to make it look like different buildings rather than one long expanse. Any comments on this?
We have Laura and then myself and maybe John.
ML, you can go first.
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Actually,
ML.
my comment is on the very beginning, right where it says number 4. I suggest that because we're having such trouble defining high quality, so shall meet the following requirements to ensure high quality, that we would scratch high quality and add that are compatible with the context, and then add environmental considerations and human scale. So that we're trying to give some direction that maybe can land back in our comp plan values. So I would add environmental consideration and human scale to that initial paragraph describing what we're trying to do here, that we add those components that bring it back home.
Do other board members agree with that change?
I mean, I will say that I know what you brought forth, and you use human scale as a specific example, as something that really has no definition when it comes to trying to actually direct someone to do something. And so that would be my counter ML, is that I just don't. The staff told us they don't know what that means, and the developers don't know what that means, and I'm not sure I know what that means. So I guess that's my concern, is that we're going from prescriptive to more.
There are definitions for this that could be put into definitions, because that is a defined term.
Mark.
If you're ready, I'm ready to go down to 3B2.
Okay, maybe Laura.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
I just want to ask sort of from Carl's perspective, because they used, before we get to Mark's point, before staff use human scale as a specific thing, and we talk about it a lot at planning board. And so Carl, can you give us staff's perspective, because that's one of the examples that you used when presenting this whole topic?
Well, my point was that human scale is one of the terms that everyone has a different definition for, and I think that's the struggle with it. So I think adding it into the criteria does add to that level of unpredictability. So, human scale might be, a 2-story building to one person, or it could be a 4-story building to someone else if the upper stories were set back. So that's the thing, is it's not something that is universal.
Well, I think, do you think that it could be defined under definitions? I mean, architecturally, there are definitions for this. Do you not think that it could be useful and then have a definition that would give it specificity?
I think if we, we can certainly do some research and see how it's defined and see if it aligns with what we would be expected to see. If we find a definition and it's always going to find that an allowable 4-story building is never going to be human scale, then it's not particularly useful. But I think we have to look up, what the definitions are and see if that makes sense.
Context.
Yeah.
Laura,
And so,
Laura.
Carl, is that something that would be appropriate for the DAB review? Because I do know over the years, as I have seen human scale kind of applied to different projects, in one instance, it may be some type of covering over the pedestrian way in a 4-story building, and something else when it's an industrial building, that would be something that we could ask for the advice of DAB on.
Sure. Yeah.
Laura.
Okay, I was ready to also move on to B2, which I think at the end of this section.
Okay, let's just make sure that everyone has had their say on this section. George, are you? I don't see your hand anymore.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
And
Let's
Mark,
move
do you
on.
want to lead here? Because I think we're probably about to say the same thing, or do you want me to go for it?
You go.
Okay, so for the height bonus, I love B1. I think it should be, if we've made a sub-community plan or design guidelines, we should stick to them. So B1, big thumbs up, I'm in favor. B2, I would strike entirely. I think we already have a map that restricts where people can ask for height based on zoning. And then we also have this provision about adopted sub-community plans and guidelines. And Carl, you put up a very nice slide of that. Thank you. I had requested to see where those sub-community plans and area plans exist in the city. And it's a huge area of the city. So between what's covered by the zones where height is excluded and what's covered by the zones where we already have adopted area plans and design guidelines, there's not a lot left. And I don't think we need to limit where buildings can ask for extra height in exchange for the community benefits that we all desire, that are in the appropriate zones. I don't think they have to be on a transit corridor, and I don't think they have to be within 1,000 feet of another tall building. I'm sensitive to the concern that George raised when we looked at the building on Walnut, that, if it means that you're putting up a new tent pole, a new height thing, every time you put up a tall building, that makes it way more of a fraught decision about whether you allow that height. I just think that blanket, we can allow people to ask for height anywhere in the zones that are appropriate, as long as it's consistent with any adopted area plan or sub-community plan. I don't think we need to at all.
I mean, I would just respond and say that removing 2 would actually lower the opportunities of where height modifications could be requested significantly.
Why is that? What am I not understanding?
Well, just because the first one relates to just those areas that are area plan areas, but 2 is trying to afford some flexibility for areas that are not in an area plan area. So it creates those criteria to look at areas near a transit corridor. If we struck 2, it would limit it only to those area plan areas, which is more limited.
That's not my intention. I think we have that map that's earlier in this document where you have taken out the zones that are like low density residential zones, and everything else looks like it's fair game to ask for a height exemption. And so what I'm saying is, in all of those other zones, you should allow people to ask for a height exemption in exchange for community benefit anywhere in those zones, not just limited to the transit corridors within those zones. Does that make sense, Carl?
It does, yes.
Okay, that's my proposal. And that's what I thought I would get by striking 2, but if we need to add more language to make that more clear, then that would be my proposal. And I don't know, Mark, if that's where you were going or if you had something different on this one.
Pretty much exactly. I just find it Boulder has a long history of misunderstanding and contention over height limits. You ask a person on the street, well, how tall can you build? Well, if they have any answer at all, it might be 35 feet. It might be 55 feet. There's a lot of misunderstanding here. And I think that Boulder, as Boulder continues to evolve and change, and my hope that we house more people who work here and recreate here, that the 1,000 foot criteria, that something else has to exist today to create the community benefit that we want tomorrow, it's too restrictive. It's a whole nother overlay. It's a whole nother layer of complexity. And it concerns me that when you say that, well, we would actually create less opportunity for a height exemption if we took out two in its entirety. And so I think Laura summed it up well. If that's not the intent, and maybe you just take out all the reference to the 1,000 feet, and you, if you have to make exceptions, just demonstrate that you're near a high frequency transit corridor, etc. But it's anyway, I think we need to accommodate and live with our current set of height restrictions, and not add on this overlay of 1,000 foot circles to that.
Okay.
George.
I'm a little confused because I'm pretty sure that that's what we have today, that you're actually expanding on to something we don't have today, Mark.
We
Well,
have
show
1,000
me.
foot circles.
You made the statement that we already have that. And I'm
No,
pretty sure.
we do not have 1,000 foot, as far as I know.
Carl, can you clarify what exists today and how this fits in?
Yeah, we don't have the 1,000 foot restriction in the code today.
So what exists today?
There's a criterion in the code that just says the building's height, massing, orientation, configuration are consistent, compatible with the surrounding area, and that the building's height is in general proportion with other buildings in the area. The reason we tightened this criterion up is because that was one of the main things that was brought up in the initial parts of the project, that we needed to look at being more specific and hone in on which areas would be appropriate for height modifications instead of just broadly allowing it.
So Mark, the way I hear that and the way I understand it, and thank you, Laura, for bringing up the Walnut project, because I think it's an interesting one to talk about here, is the 1,000 feet doesn't exist because the concept of context in the neighborhood exists, right? And so what I heard you say is blanket 5 stories, if you want it, come get it, community benefit. And what I understand our policy is today is go ahead and get community benefit, but the building also has to sit in the context of where it stands. And that is a discretionary review of planning board for that specific reason, because you need to think about context. And so they're codifying some of that context in here, 1,000 feet and the transit corridor, rather than just leaving it at total discretion.
So I hear you, but I would say this, that there are, when we refer to the character of the surrounding area, and not that this was an issue at Diagonal Plaza, but when we think about Diagonal Plaza and character, existing character of the surrounding area, well, the character of the surrounding area is a dump and it's awful. And so I think the discretionary the discretionary quality of the current code to me is preferable over the requirement that I have to comport with a character that may or may not be desirable for the city's goals, for our housing goals, and the 1,000 feet. Gee, maybe I have a great project and it's 1,020 feet. That's.
You're suggesting we go back to context, which is what we have today?
Right. So I'm saying strike it and go back to context, which is what we have today.
And I'm actually saying something further than that. So I want to ask Carl, maybe, if you don't mind, could you put up the map that's on the PDF page 32? It's page 19 of 81 in the packet. It's the map of areas where height modifications and community benefit will not apply.
Sure.
So this does not exist today, as far as I understand it. This is something new that we would be accepting when we accept this ordinance. And I am not fighting this, right? Even though I am a proponent of allowing height for community benefit. I'm going to wait till Carl puts the map up. It's page 19 of 81 in the packet.
Well,
Maybe you also have it.
I have it in the presentation.
Oh, you have it as a slide too. Okay.
Is that?
Okay, so that's one of the maps I wanted to see. So this is something new that we're creating that says height for community benefit cannot exist in any of these low density residential zones. I'm okay with that, mostly because I know that height limitations are important if we ever want to get missing middle anywhere in the city. Because missing middle, according to Daniel Perolik and all of his experience and all of his research in his book, it is not compatible with an area where you can build taller. You have to stay within 2.5 stories or less. If you can go taller, people will go taller. It will not be economically feasible to include much missing middle. So I'm okay with having large swaths of the city, which currently are mostly single family, but might not always be, where you have that height limitation. So we're creating something new, a height limitation which does not exist. And some people have complained that this is just a new Appendix J. Well, there's zoning stuff too, but we are permanently putting this stuff off limits to height modifications. And then there's the other, and wait, there's the other map, which is of the area plans and sub-community plans. So Carl, if you could show that as well. And I wish I had these two maps overlaid. But yeah, you can see here, there's like half the city is in an adopted, and East Boulder is going to be coming soon. That's in an adopted area plan or sub-community plan, which also will tell us something about zoning and height. And so there's not a whole lot of the city that is left that doesn't have either those single family residential low density districts, largely single family, or an adopted area plan or sub-community plan. So I'm just saying, for that small amount of the city that is left, I'm okay with people asking for a height modification anywhere in those zones that are not covered by one of those two maps.
No, but Laura, you're creating something new, because
Yes.
what we have today is we have context. That's what I'm talking about.
I get you.
Appendix, all this has been settled, right? So I agree with you. What's been put in there has basically tried to codify what context is. I'm fine with sticking with what we have today, which is context. So we get, as planning board, to look at the surrounding area, that the community gets to be involved with that decision and look at context and understand it before it gets rubber stamped. And what they've actually put in here is a little bit less of a barrier to context than what we have today. So this is already, in my perspective, a little bit more aggressive than what exists. And what you're suggesting takes context and the discretion of planning board and the input from the community and wipes it out and just becomes community benefit, period.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that that's true. I think that, anything else that applies to when you can ask for community benefit and the discussion around what that looks like, it's not an automatic, you are granted a height modification in exchange for community benefit. It's, you can ask for it. And I don't like having this prescriptive criteria that says you can only ask for it if you're within 1,000 feet circle of those tent poles or you're near a major arterial. I think that's too restrictive because there may be buildings like in other areas, and I can't think of an example right now, but there might be buildings in other areas that are not within 1,000 feet of another tall building or an arterial that are in those zones. So I think it's too restrictive. And I agree with you. I am asking for something different. I'm suggesting something different. So I think we have 3 options on the table. Go with staff's proposal, go back to the way it is now that talks about compatibility with the context, or just say you can ask for a height modification anywhere in those appropriate zones, as long as it is compatible. If there is an area plan or a subcommunity plan, it also has to be compatible with that.
When you say you can ask, does that mean you remove context from the equation? Because then that's no longer an ask, that's just a do.
I don't know, is it, Hella? Is there anything else in the criteria besides that paragraph about context that would make it not an automatic grant for height? Does that make sense? That was a convoluted question.
Are you asking about the newly proposed criteria?
I think the newly proposed criteria. And I'm sorry, I know you're probably not as familiar with it as you are with the existing code.
This particular section that we're discussing was meant to be substituted for the context analysis. That makes sense.
Yes.
And it actually would only, but it would only apply to projects seeking community benefit.
So if you remove this section and remove the context, I think was Laura's question, what would you be left with? Would you just be left with a developer that could move forward if they provided the community benefit with 55 feet?
Well, I think they'd have to meet all the other site review criteria.
Right, but you would no longer have context as a criteria.
Yeah, I think that was the intent.
We
To
originally
have more specific standards.
We originally didn't have the context language in there, and in talking to the site review focus group and others, we did re-add the language about you still have to find that the building's height, mass, and scale is compatible with other buildings in the vicinity.
So that's still in here.
We do have that language in there, but the 1,000 foot is kind of an additional bar, but we could remove that and just go back to just including the context.
Carl, can you point us to where that is in the revised version?
It's the last sentence of subsection 2.
The last sentence of subsection 2.
Would you mind putting it up on the screen?
Sure.
And the intent of putting the 1,000 feet in there was to give a little bit more specificity of what the area is that we're looking at in terms of where you find compatibility.
It goes to the subject of planning versus a specific project, or how does a specific project fit into an area, which is part of our task as well.
Yeah, and I think it would be good to hear from you all if you prefer to keep a standard like is currently in the code that generally asks for compatibility without adding this specificity, or if you would like to see more specificity and maybe the 1,000 feet is not the right measure, but I think that's what would be valuable to us in moving forward.
I do think context matters. How staff defines it is, I think, up to the staff who are experts, but I do think context matters. It's all part of planning.
I agree. And I personally think that the existing language is satisfactory.
Do
want
others
to move
have
on?
a thought on that, or?
I'll give you an example where the existing works. So the Harvest House Hotel proposal came to us it's a 35-foot zone, but because across the creek are buildings that are taller, they're actually taller than 55 feet because they were built before that. Well, I don't know if they were built before the limit, but they're taller than 55 feet for whatever reason. And because of that, or because of many things, but including that, I think staff is moving forward in their discussions with the developer to go to 55 feet. So it's, I don't know what the distance is between the building and the proposed building and the existing buildings, but it means that you have an area that has a feel, and that I think does make a difference and is a positive thing from a planning perspective.
I mean, I understand that. It's just what we're basically describing is that height has to grow from height, right? That you can't get height unless there's already height nearby, or unless there's an area plan that allows that, or unless you're near a transit corridor, right? And that's the thing that I find, you know, why should, I mean, so we're looking from the perspective of the person on the street, and it might feel jarring to have one building that's more out of scale than others, right? But it just feels weird to me that if your neighbor already has height, then you can have height. And if your neighbor doesn't, then you're all screwed until it creeps in from the edges. Pardon my language, it's late at night. It's off limits to everybody unless it kind of builds out from where it already is.
But I understand your perspective. And I think that it's intended, or the value of the approach that the city has taken in the past and seems to be trying to continue to take is that it creates a sense of place, rather than like, look at Folsom with that apartment building that's 11 stories high. Like it's just there, disconnected from the rest of the developments along Folsom, which are all 1, 2, or 3 stories. No comment about whether it's a nice building or a not nice building, but it's just sort of, it makes it much harder to create a sense of place, or a sense of a neighborhood, or a sense of a community, or, you know, it's so, I just think it's a valuable tool in the toolbox for planning.
I understand what you're saying. And to move us forward, can I amend my suggestion and make it so that we keep it, the last part of this sentence where it says the building's height, mass, and scale is compatible with other buildings, and the character of the surrounding area, we keep that part. And then the being near a high frequency transit corridor, or being within another building that's 1,000 feet, make those examples of where height might be appropriate rather than being a requirement. And I have not pushed that for all of these, but from my perspective, I would not like to see us layer on additional restrictions that, you know, like one of our commenters said today, creating a set of 1,000-foot circles around the city from tall buildings of where tall buildings are appropriate. I think that could be an example. I wouldn't want it to see it be a strict requirement.
Do we have, I'm just curious, do we have a definition of what a high frequency transit corridor is? I mean, I can imagine what it is, but do we have an actual definition? Do we need a definition?
We use the term multimodal corridor, but I believe that's changed. We actually had intended it to be not specifically defined. I think we wanted to leave a little bit of discretion, so we wanted to leave it to, you know, an applicant to have to demonstrate that it's a place where there's bus transit, and so it's not specifically defined here.
I think the Boulder Creek path is a high frequency transit corridor.
To Laura's suggestion, that last sentence, is it different than what it currently exists around context, or is that identical? That's, I guess, my question, because I'm fine with what exists because it doesn't go beyond what we're.
Yeah, it's largely the same as the existing language. You know, we're just, again, this was one of those areas at the beginning of the project that raised the most concern that it needed to be tightened up more than the current language. So this was our, you know, attempt to kind of better define an area. But we felt that putting this context language back in probably still made sense.
At least for me, I would second Laura's thought to try to, you know, get agreement around that, because I think as long as it's consistent, I guess, and that's my caveat, I just want to make sure it's consistent with what we have today relative to context, and we're not creating something new, then that makes sense to me.
I would be fine with that too. Like, keep the existing language and make the 1,000-foot circle and the high frequency transit corridor an example where you are very likely to be successful.
I say a thumb count on that particular, Laura, your final comment. I think a thumb count might be worthy in this case for this
Just before you
discussion,
go.
so we can move on.
Yeah, ML had her hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Emil.
Yes, I'm trying to unmute. I was just going to point out, you know, we've been kind of just, does staff have enough information to do what they need to do on this? Because, I mean, that's kind of been our question. Do you have enough, or should we keep discussing this?
I think we have enough on this one.
So Carl, would you mind summing up what you feel like the direction you're receiving from the board, just so that they can go their head one way or the other?
What I'm hearing is that we would keep subsection 1, and I think we would just combine it with 2, but get rid of the specific limitation of the 1,000 feet. And then the specific of being near a high frequency transit corridor. Keep the context language related to height, mass, and scale. Doesn't necessarily need to be by a corridor, but we could potentially put that in as areas that would be more appropriate for taller buildings.
Okay. Well, that's clear to me. Thank you, Carl.
And then Carl, just for my own clarity, so that's still something that would come to planning board relative to context. Like an example is the Walnut project that we saw for site review. That in this scenario, that would
we're not changing the process at all. All height modifications still would have to go to planning board.
Okay, thanks. And that would still be a criteria, would be that context. Got it.
Yeah.
And Carl, I think you can leave again the 1,000-foot circles in again as an example of this is you would be very likely to be successful if you're within 1,000 feet.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm not so. I don't mind keeping all of that language in, but I don't think it's appropriate to say you're likely to be successful if.
Fair enough. It's an example of where it's more appropriate to use Carl's language.
Yeah, but planning board would retain its full discretion in terms of how to deal with that in considering context and so on.
Yeah, so what I've heard from the board just on that point is that context is more important than distance.
Yes.
And that the standard would be tied to however we define that context, and that context probably is something that we could also have a little bit of an exploration with DAB.
And if I can, Dave, if I could just add on, I realize that you are all going to come back to us with a new way of thinking about section 1. But what you have in what you originally proposed in section 1 highlighted subcommunity and area plans, right?
Yeah.
So the context is one of the tools for creating a sense of area, even if there isn't an area plan. And so I think it's that is the key, is the context. How you guys figure that out is your expertise, but I think what you're hearing from us is context.
Yeah, no, I totally get that, Sarah. And kind of how I define context is what is there now? That is one element of context. And the other element of context is what do our plans say about it in the future?
Right. Perfect. I'm good with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything on the roof cap type section?
I was a little bit surprised to see the prohibition on gambrel and mansard roofs. I am no particular fan of them, but I can imagine some architect with some fantasy might want to do something along that line, and so it seems odd to me to prohibit them completely.
And that's a carryover from the form-based code, but we certainly could strike it.
So, you know, I'm not an architect, but I think that the elements of the form-based code that you brought over that have to do with the windows and the delineations and the brickwork and the corners, all that's awesome. And this form-based code seems more, it was specifically the form-based code developed for Transit Village, right? And that may not be, I know nothing about these different kinds of roofs, so this isn't specific to the roofs, but it seems like that the other components are really valuable, whereas specifically the roof or whatever, it may be maybe in a smaller setting, that kind of roof, those kinds of roofs might actually be more appropriate. So I would suggest that you guys just try to think through whether just because it comes from form-based code, it's the right thing to do, or whether it isn't.
And I agree with you, Sarah, and I think that's totally in line with the suggestion to ask DAB if it's broadly applicable across the city.
Okay.
Earl, do you need any additional feedback on this? Or do you have any questions of the board?
No. Board have anything else on this section?
I have one, and that, have you ever seen a mansard roof that you liked?
No.
Maybe in Paris.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, I raised that point not because I like them, but I just to
no, I'm imagining that maybe someone could design one that I really like. I just haven't seen it today.
It's a good question.
Now you're just tempting the artsy types to like do something that's going to be provocative.
Okay, so our next section is alternative compliance. This is the last main section.
You passed something that you cut out, and I'm wondering why you cut out G. No, down.
The solar siting and construction.
Yeah.
Solar siting, yeah.
Why is that removed?
We already have solar access regulations. This has been something that we heard from the community is challenging to try to balance all of these specific criteria about solar siting when we already have solar access. So this was one of the points of simplification.
So are these, I'm hearing that there is criteria for solar access. This goes beyond, are you talking about photovoltaics when you say solar access, or are you talking, this goes beyond just can your building use solar, on-site solar? This is talking about site and the buildings and the building, or this is talking about a lot more. Are you saying that this is duplicated in other parts?
There's a specific part of the development standards that basically requires buildings to step back away from the property lines to not shadow onto adjacent properties. It also relates to, having rooftops for solar access. We do have these criteria in our subdivision standards. I just think in implementation of this particular section, we've also often found the criteria to all be in conflict with each other, and it hasn't always been very useful, I would say. And we've also heard that from the development community. So this was one of those areas of the criteria that we felt greatly reduced the predictability of projects and was largely not all that useful.
Huh.
So Carl, would you mind talking a little bit about the city's solar access standards? I think they're in 9.9 versus, which I think are property by property oriented.
Yeah, the solar access
versus
standards,
the site review criteria, which are kind of site planning oriented.
right. So the solar access standards apply to all lots in the city, regardless of whether they're in site review or not. It applies to all buildings. There's 3 zones. So basically, one zone is for like lower density areas, like the RL1 zone district. And it hypothesizes basically like a 25-foot fence along the property lines. So if you put a mythical fence on your property line, that's going to cast a shadow. And basically your building that you build within the building envelope can't cast a shadow over that solar fence.
Right.
So the lower density areas have a higher standard, and then you get into kind of the mixed use areas that have a 12-foot solar fence, and some of the more dense areas of town. And then there's certain areas within solar access area 3 that don't have solar access requirements just by virtue of the more urban typology of those areas. But there are sites that can submit for a permit to protect their existing solar panels on their roofs. So it's a pretty comprehensive section. So we felt like this section was largely unnecessary.
So what I'm seeing here that I'm appreciating is this is directing performance-based criteria. So for example, the lot layout and building siding and the building form. It's just like the shape of the building is set up to maximize solar energy. So it is giving, it's creating a requirement for buildings to consider the sun as a true factor in the location and development of the building and the site. And that's, I think, beyond the solar fence intent. This is talking about, is beginning to speak about performance. We want our buildings to perform so that they are smart about utilizing the sun. This is a source of energy. This is a way to get off of greenhouse gases. I mean, this is real stuff that impacts our climate goals. So I appreciate them. Now I haven't gone through to make sure that they all still make sense fully, but I guess I would suggest to take another look at them and see if perhaps there isn't some parts of them that remain valuable to help us meet some climate goals and to bring this consciousness onto the table again. Because I've been on planning board for like all of 6 weeks or something, and I keep looking for the buildings to accommodate the sun in all kinds of ways, and they just don't. And so I think it would be nice to help us achieve some climate goals, to consider this solar component. Because right now I can't hold anybody accountable to doing anything except for, yeah, maybe you'll put solar up. But that's not enough.
Okay, so if I might just play it back to you, that, you know, Carl explained what the property by property regulations are with regard to solar access.
Right.
That we would like to consider how we might continue to have some site planning standards associated with solar access that would continue to be part of a site review criteria, and that maybe we would just look at both of those parts of the code and how they work together and try to accommodate both.
If it makes sense to you all, I think again, you know, to try to put as much capacity for informing climate directives. You know, right now we can't say anything about buildings that don't do anything, and it's just as easy to have a roof facing one way as when it is that easy. It's like, well, why don't you? Anyway, I think it would be of benefit.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll take another look at that.
Mark.
Thank you.
Just my comment on this is that I grew up, and one of my first and favorite jobs was selling thermal solar systems in the day when PVs were not available. And I took passive solar architecture classes at CU. So I sympathize with what I read section G, and to me, it harkens to a day when PVs facing any which direction seemed to have great efficacy, and urban passive solar design in multifamily housing is actually can be problematic, and we're dealing with cooling loads rather than heat loads. And so to me, this reads as somewhat outdated. And so revision of it to our current condition might be welcome, but I can certainly see where it would both conflict with the other solar standards and in essence be a nod to a passive solar design situation that really isn't so much applicable anymore.
You know, that makes a lot of sense. And frankly, I've got feedback from people in the design community that have, you know, really kind of emphasized that point to us as well.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Okay, let's keep moving.
All right, so the next section is the alternative compliance section. This is the last new section. Everything after this section are tweaks to the existing sections of the criteria. But I know that this has come up in conversation. So any thoughts on this? We have heard from some members of the public that they still feel that these criteria are still too restrictive.
So the only question I really had on this was what, so maybe some clarification in the language about what triggers alternative compliance, and just explaining that it doesn't have to be alternative compliance for the whole project. It might be for components of the project, as we discussed yesterday in the agenda setting meeting. It wasn't necessarily entirely clear about that. So maybe.
Yeah, I think the applicant would have to identify an area of the criteria that we've gone over tonight where they're not meeting it. So it might be that their window is only offset 1 inch instead of 2 inches, and they don't want to do expression lines. This would be the place where they would make an argument for what they're doing as an alternative to accomplish detailing or provide that shadow effect or something that just gives the building some visual interest. They would make their argument in this section.
Right, and all I'm saying is maybe make that, don't give examples, but make it clear that this is not a total alternative to going through site review. Like this isn't some form-based code approach That's all I'm saying. Just make it a little clearer.
So Sarah,
Yeah.
if I could just ask a question of clarification. So is your issue about kind of what the criteria is that allows you to use the alternative methods of compliance?
Yes. Well, like what is the trigger that, what are the potential triggers? And it's just, a sentence or two that says, if there are components of an applicant's proposal that do not meet these other criteria, then you would turn to alternative compliance for review of those components or something to that effect.
Okay.
Just so it's not perceived to be a completely separate process for an entire project, because that's not how you guys are imagining it, I don't think.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's really kind of like what allows you to open the door to use this process to modify things that are more prescriptive in the other criteria.
Yeah, that's all, and that's my only comment on it.
Okay, thank you.
Laura.
Hopefully this is a quick comment. 5C about open space. I don't know if we need to repeat here the comment that I made earlier about open space, that if something qualifies towards open space for the whole project, that it is accessible to all residents or users of that project. I just want to put that out there and see if staff think that's necessary. We don't have to talk about it, just flagging it.
So the only comment that I would make about that is to the extent that people create common interest communities under the Colorado Common Interest Community Act, which is how you basically create condominiums. One of the standards that they have in that act is that you treat everyone in a similar manner with how you are charged for amenities. And I think that one of the challenges that we have run into over time is that when you're creating affordable housing in a generally amenity-rich environment, you have to charge everyone the same, and it makes those units unaffordable. So one of the things that happens is that, mostly this is dealt with by our housing division, but they try to structure the common interest community in a way that allows the affordable units to not be charged for some of those amenities. So that would be the only instance when you say make everything the same. I think what it tends to drive is then units have no amenities. That's kind of for anyone, which it's a fine outcome if that's what you want, but that's the outcome it drives.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And I do think maybe it's a broader conversation that needs to be had, because, we have right in our inclusionary housing ordinance that all amenities have to be the same for the market rate and the affordable units.
Yeah.
And so if we don't really intend that, if that is actually problematic, then we should have a conversation about that and amend it. Because right now it's not I would say it appears to be that we're not following our own policy sometimes.
No, I totally get what you're saying, but it's also how people try to structure, if you're going to build a bunch of units, it's how the developer tries to structure a program where it works for everyone. And it's a policy call. So I agree, it's something that certainly warrants more discussion.
Well, I think where we landed earlier is that the board came down on the side of, if you're going to count something towards open space and that counts towards the whole property's open space requirements, then it needs to be open to everybody who's a resident or a user of that that property basically. And if we want to reconsider that, we can, but my comment was just, if we put it in one place, do we also need it here where we talk about open space for alternative compliance? And I would leave that up to staff about whether that would need to be repeated.
Thank you.
Sure. And David, if your advice to us is, hey, planning board, you're going down a path that doesn't make policy sense and you don't know what you're talking about because there's other factors you haven't considered yet, I actually appreciate that kind of advice if you think that we need to reconsider something or not do it right now because it needs to be part of a broader conversation.
Well, no, what I'm bringing up is kind of like project specific issues, and it probably affects ownership units more than rental. But yeah, but they are issues that we have to deal with on a staff level, and it's well, not just a staff level, but it's also, you have property owners who are trying to also comply with state law in terms of how they assess for HOA dues, and in terms of going down a rabbit hole, HOA dues, I could probably talk about for days in terms of like how complicated they can be for affordable housing projects. So keeping them simple for affordable housing projects and low are good things, kind of bottom line.
Well, can we put this in the bucket of, if this is something that doesn't make sense for a particular project, they can ask for alternative compliance?
Sure.
Okay, so then maybe we don't want to put it in this section.
And we can certainly, we can look at it and bring something back.
Okay, thank you. I know people who are leaving their units that they bought in the Peloton because of HOA due fee increases, that like they own an affordable unit, but they pay the same HOA dues as the market rate units and they have gone up. I know it's a problem. It's a real problem. I'm sensitive to that. So I don't want to gloss over that. And I appreciate you raising it.
Yep, thank you. Carl, can you help us land this plane?
Sure.
Any
other comments on this section, or?
I don't have a comment on this section, but when we're completely through this, I did want to just come back to the question you asked in the document about is a planning board or are planning board members interested in staff actually beginning to undertake some of the research on the home ownership question. And I would love for staff to begin to look at that when you have the bandwidth. I think it's worth having that. I would think it's worth knowing more.
Absolutely.
How it can be incorporated into the site review process, if at all. And I realize that's down the road.
Okay.
For the sake of efficiency, I will say I just have one more and it's on page 55. I don't know if anybody else has anything between here and page 55.
I'll start scrolling. If you see something, stop me.
Not even sure which page we're on now at this
Well,
point.
we're in the land use intensity modification section.
Wow.
Did you have something in here, Sarah? I don't mean to hurry us past it if people have stuff.
A lot of this stuff is going to be a lot of the big questions are set aside for the larger conversation that staff is taking up on intensity and density transfer, density bonus. So we'll have all kinds of opportunities to talk about that in the future.
Is this 7? Are we looking at 7C?
Yeah, we're in 7 now, which is the community benefit section.
Right. So I'm looking at number 4A. Or IVA.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know how you say those. I look at it and I see a 4. There, A. So I, in that part that's being added, I wonder if it makes sense to include providing arts, cultural, human services, housing, and climate action. Put climate action in there, or other benefit that is a community benefit. So add some specificity in there. Put climate action in after housing and before or. Just drive home that climate action is a community benefit. And this seems like it might be a good place to.
Okay, and Laura, this is the same section you had comments on?
Yes, this is my last comment that I have. And I put this in my written comments. So Carl, you're probably anticipating this. I know that we had a whole community benefits project about affordable commercial that has been frozen in time for now, like it has not been picked up by this council. But I don't see why we couldn't put affordable commercial just in this list and let people be creative and see what they come up with. None of this is codified as to how you know that it's an equivalent benefit to the housing benefit. And so I don't see why we should exclude affordable commercial just because we couldn't figure it out, but maybe somebody can bring something to us that seems to make sense. And I appreciate how difficult that task was. I just would hate it. It's listed in the BVCP as one of the kind of community benefits that we're looking for. I would hate to see it excluded here and not be an option for people's creativity.
Yeah.
And then,
so someone who was involved in that last effort with affordable commercial, I think that makes sense.
Thank you, John. That means a lot because I was not involved in that effort. So I appreciate you bringing your experience.
just one thing, ML, could you say a little bit more in terms of kind of like the types of things that you are thinking about when you say climate action?
It's late. I'm usually asleep and in my third realm of dreams by now. I think that there are in the building and built environment profession, that there are things that are identified, such as there'd be like building and building materials and site issues such as perviousness and green roofs and shade and habitat. And I mean, there's a whole, it's not a single, it's not a single menu. It can get pretty broad, and I'm guessing my thought in putting it out there is that we begin to develop language for it, and it becomes a common thing. Oh, how am I going to having a reduction on having alternative transportation would be a climate action. I mean, there are things that affect climate. Okay. And I think that would be the consequence. Is this affecting climate? Is this producing greenhouse gases? Is this generating the environmental factors that are raising temperatures? That to me is sort of the body of elements that fall under climate action. And
no, that's very
there's probably
helpful.
Not enough.
I was just, I wanted to just make sure that I understood that it was going beyond or not building efficiency and energy use.
Oh,
a much
beyond.
Broader.
Yes.
That you're thinking a much broader definition
yes.
of what climate action is.
Yes.
Okay.
And my next question is actually about, my next comment would be over in 8. Are we done with 7? I have a comment in 8 where we're looking at parking. 8, number V. So if we're reducing the amount of parking, I wonder if there is a way to include if there's a reduced pressure on the land to not be carrying parking, can we use that to serve a climate action purpose? In other words, we're freeing up land from cars. Can we put that to a higher use and say, okay, we're going to use this land, it's going to be all pervious, it's going to be shaded, we're going to have habitat, we're going to just do these various things with what would have been used for cars. And is there any, and I don't know if this is the right place or but just to begin thinking of things in a holistic way, that if you remove something, how can that create a benefit that is land-based?
We can certainly look at that. Those are all great points.
Opportunities. Thank you.
I would like to say that for the climate action alternative community benefit, I think people should be planting free range trees and wiring up electrical vehicles in their garages.
Yes.
Okay, so the remaining parts of the ordinance are really cleanup and updates to references. I don't know if there was any comments.
I do. I do have on the intensity standards on table 8.1. And this is a broad question. Can the table 8.1 intensity standards be somehow amended to include more housing, such as modifying minimum lot sizes? So we've got minimum lot sizes for numbers of units, and we've got also dwelling units per acre. So I don't know if it seems like this is an opportunity to create some flexibility with land use to allow more housing. Or maybe it isn't.
Yeah, I don't think that this is the project for that. The council has identified, in terms of their work plan priorities, and it's on the planning department's work plan to look at some of those issues, but those have already been defined as a separate project. And I am guessing that they will probably start, that we will probably start that work probably in somewhere around the first or second quarter of 23.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
We're almost at the bottom. Anything else?
Nothing from me.
And more in definitions. That's pretty much it.
Woo! We made it.
All right. Well, thank you, Carl, and thank you, board members. This was, I think, a great session, and I really appreciate all of the positive feedback that you provided to the board. I think it's just going to make the ordinance that much better.
Thank you. Hope you're
everyone
when we get to talk about it next time.
Yeah, that'll be the fun time.
I was just going to ask, David, what are your plans now that we have a new planning director?
Well,
it's been such a delight having you.
Yeah, well, my big plan is to pat him on the back and say thank you. But it does seem like, from everything I know about Brad and everything I've been told about Brad, I think he's going to be a great addition to the community. And I think, he just looks like he is just set for success here at Boulder.
Nice.
So I'm looking forward to it.
That's nice.
Well, is this our last opportunity to thank you for your service as interim planning director?
Well, well, it doesn't have to, I'm not dying, so.
Oh, good. Oh, good. That's good.
Yeah. So anytime you want to thank me, that's great.
All
It's been a
right.
pleasure. It's been a true pleasure having you and Carl, and Lisa left.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Do we need any kind of motion to continue this or anything like that?
Say again, Cindy?
I didn't know if we needed some kind of continue motion or anything. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I guess the board didn't make any kind of motion yet on the ordinance.